sounds good.
Yeah, so no hurry, no hurry. Hay 25
Ya,
participantes.
doctor, no tengo a nadie en sala de espera.
Ok. Miriam, ¿estamos listos?
Ya estamos listos, ya se está transmitiendo en inglés y en español vía YouTube.
Ok, adelante, Graciela. Buenos días a toda la audiencia. Adelante.
Muy buenos días, bienvenidas y bienvenidos al coloquio virtual Las contranarrativas de la marihuana, el papel de los estudios artísticos y visuales en el abordaje del estigma, el cual está relacionado con uno de los proyectos más nuevos del Centro de Investigaciones sobre América del Norte. Quiero agradecer en primer lugar a nuestros dos coordinadores académicos, el doctor Aarón Díaz Mendiburu y al doctor Martí Otañez, y además quiero agradecer la participación, la coparticipación del Department of Anthropology, College of Liberal Arts and Sciences de la Universidad de Colorado en Denver, porque no solo coorganizaron con nosotros, sino fueron tan gentiles de proveernos con traducción simultánea para que estemos escuchando en inglés y español simultáneamente las ponencias. Pues desgraciadamente a mí no me dio tiempo de preparar una ponencia, lo cual me hubiera encantado. Voy a compartir con ustedes, antes de cederle la palabra a los dos coorganizadores, un breve fragmento de una novela anglo-canadiense del autor sirio-canadiense Dani Ahmed Ramadan. La novela se llama The Clothesline Swing y les voy a leer un fragmento que creo que habla por sí mismo acerca de las contranarrativas. I used to have a dealer here in Vancouver. It was the first contact I asked for when we immigrated here. He was this tall white man with a sweet smile who always came by on his bike and delivered the weed to our house. He carried a big bag on his back, and when he opened it, the smell of weed would fill out my whole house. He spoke beautifully about the different strains he brought, expertly explaining the effects of each, suggesting a certain sativa for the early morning hours, a specific indica for intimate late night gathering. Love potion, he murmured admiringly, pulling out a jar filled to the brim with well-sealed bags of eights. I buy my weed from big pharmacies now. I walk there and I carry my little prescription permit card. A young girl with a tattoo on the side of her face asks me to tap my credit card on her machine and never cares about what I bought. She never tells me stories of sexual encounters fueled by the gray smoke of marijuana. Estas son dos perspectivas que el personaje tiene acerca de su relación con la marihuana, y creo que aquí vamos a tener la oportunidad de ver cómo los artistas han expresado sus narrativas en pro o en contra. Pues sin más, dejo con ustedes al doctor Martí Otañez. Martí, good morning. Please take the floor.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I think it might be best for me to start by asking each of you in your different locations and spaces to put in the chat your name, your institution, and where you are today. I think in my job as an anthropologist, we study culture, but also we create culture. And so today I see this as the creation of a culture of understanding and knowledge and supporting the normalization and destigmatization of cannabis. So I thought it'd be nice to get to know each other besides just seeing your name on Zoom or your photo. If you put in the chat your name, institution, and location. So I want to thank Dr. Mendeborough and Cezanne, my university, specifically the Dean's Office in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. You know, this has been a project that we've started about 6 months ago or so, and I've already learned so much about cannabis as a process, cannabis as a vehicle to understand destigmatization, cannabis to understand social justice, and of course, something that's close to my heart, cannabis as an arts-based approach to understanding this global process of the legalization and normalization of cannabis. Some of us in Colorado like to claim we're at the epicenter of the universe of cannabis because we were the first to legalize recreational cannabis in 2014. And allegedly, the way we unrolled the law, it worked really well. So our cannabis economy is very vibrant. We have a model here that's not the best model. And so I think in a project like this with all of you, understanding the different models that exist around the world and what could be done to make a better model, to make sure that more people benefit from the cannabis sector, whether patients, consumers, researchers, artists. And so I see our time together here to learn from new scholars, learn from scholars who've been doing this for many years, learn from artists and others about what we can do in an innovative way to put cannabis front and center on people's minds and their maps, to just look at it differently and not put people down for consuming cannabis for recreational purposes, or not putting people down for choosing to study cannabis. But looking at cannabis is something that connects us all. It unites us all, and recognizing we're not going to agree on everything, but I think in the short term, a goal of getting an academic creative art kind of publication, a set of publications, goal of getting an academic creative art kind of publication, a set of publications out of our work together can lead to so many other projects. And I think in a dream world for me, unfortunately, we have this pandemic upon us. We're meeting, in the computer in a remote virtual landscape. And I think one goal to maybe put together is a follow-up activity from a year or two from now and meet in person and continue on the momentum that we build from today with our, for the next 3 days with all the innovative presentations and all the other exciting work that people are doing. So a little bit background about me. Since 2014, I've been studying cannabis, specifically cannabis workers, trying to understand the health and safety and workplace protections and labor unions in the cannabis workplace. So I've been studying the health and safety of cannabis workers, and also trying to understand how to look at cannabis companies, cannabis capitalism, and hold accountable these people that tend to make a lot of money off of other people's labor. So I'm interested in drawing visibility to stories of people who work in the cannabis sector, and then using those stories to then extrapolate or make recommendations that could make the sector work better for more people. So besides my academic research, I was raised in California near San Francisco. My father is from Ecuador. So growing up, I learned about how, the drug cartels have affected South America, Ecuador, Colombia. So cannabis was always negative. But as a young person, I became interested in cannabis as a recreational drug. And I used it for fun, to understand music, to understand my culture, to understand surfing and skateboarding. And it helped me develop an attitude and philosophy of questioning authority and questioning the establishment and maybe radicalizing me. And so I ended my cannabis consumption as I got into college but I like to argue with confidence that for me, cannabis is a gateway to higher education because it helped me shape who I am today. And I think to end the way forward, I'd like to just reach out, extend my hand to you, and say I'm really thankful in advance for the work that everyone is doing. And I hope one day we can meet in person outside of this virtual landscape and then in the post-pandemic period. So I'm looking forward to a great event, and at any time, feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you so much, Marty. Well, I am very happy to have the opportunity to share, as we say in Mexico, entering through the large door. And I like participating in this line of research, which really is new for me. And the CSAN has given me the opportunity of starting it and working on it with a lot of passion and creativity. So I'm very happy, and I'm glad to have as a colleague to this event and the whole project, and publishing 2 volumes, I hope, about the topic of cannabis and art in North America. So I'd like to thank Marty Otañez and, of course, the work team that we have created with all the speakers and the writers. It's a very diverse crowd, and this makes me very happy, brings me a lot of joy, because there's a lot here. People from arts, there's activists, there are people who have lived this as an experience and have tried to convey it to different spaces. So I think this makes me very lucky, because we can analyze cannabis as a social fact from different perspectives. And this is because of the collaboration of all of you. And finally, I would like to thank again the CISAN, the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM, obviously the University of Colorado for supporting this initiative, and all the assistants that, sorry, the attendees that are interested in seeing these different perspectives, which will probably be new for a lot of you. And I hope that these next 3 days will be very knowledgeable and interesting for all of you. So all that's left for me to say is to thank all of you and give the floor to our moderator, Claudia, who's been helping us a lot over the last 2 months, really, with this organization. And we start the event. And Claudia, you have the floor so that you can talk about the first speakers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Aaron, for your words. Thank you, Marty and Graciela, for organizing this great event. It's an honor to be here moderating the first panel. We'll have a talk called Living the City, Arts and Cannabis in Mexico by Homero Mendoza Sanchez. He right now is a teacher in the Autonomous University of Xochimilco. He has also taught in the University of Valle de Mexico in architecture. Then after that, we will have a panel called Destigmatizing the East, Youth Management of Marijuana Consumption Spaces Through Art. We will have the presence of Angela Margot Baca Mejia, Victor Tonatiu Martinez Moreno, and Carlos Alberto Zamudio Angeles. And speaking more about Angela Margot, she's a sociologist from the National University of Colombia in Bogota. She's a teacher of social political studies and a doctor in political science from the UNAM, where she is now a teacher, a full-time teacher. And Carlos Alberto Zamudio Angeles, he's an ethnologist specializing in social medicine, editor of the La Dosis newspaper, and researcher of the Tri-Spaces Mexico project. He authored a book and the first survey of drug users in Mexico City 2012. Then we have Women Making Joints, Making Fights, Feminist Cannabis Network that breaks stigma through art and culture. Estefania Velázquez Millán. She's feminist, intersectional, and she studied communications at the UNAM. She works as a social media manager right now at a HTVO agency. She's part of the Oleaje Colectivo, and she writes for their digital newspaper. And finally, to close the first panel, we have art and its relationship with cannabis, where we have Alberto Pliego Callejas, Pablo Alfa Basauri, and Oscar Bravo. And well, honestly, I hope you really enjoy this panel as much as we have done planning it. So I leave you with the first panel. Go ahead, Homero.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. May I share my screen, please? Yes, I guess you can. Right, Miriam? Yes, please go ahead. So can you see my screen now? Good. So before I begin, I would like to thank the invitation. It is a great pleasure to be a part of this colloquium. To me, this is going to be a great learning experience, I'm sure, because all of this is new to me. However, in this proposal to do research that I will be presenting here, my intention is being to approach this new universe of cannabis consumption by means of different discourses or narratives of urban popular artists. And at the end, we will speak about the concept so as to see where problems can be described. And I entitled it, this research that I want to do, Living the City, Popular Urban Art and Cannabis in Mexico. Living the city in the broad extent of the word, in how we appropriate spaces, we take ownership of spaces in a city that is continuously reshaping itself as it grows or as capital it withdraws. We see how there are effects of all of those dynamics. So first of all, I would like to analyze the paths of young artists, young urban artists, people who habitate public spaces in different neighborhood or slums, marginal areas. And many times these artists, they have been stigmatized, they've been criminalized because of the type of art they perform. They're called drug addicts or marijuana addicts, marihuanos as we call them in Spanish. So we start from an idea of a city, and I go back to the Saxiasake concept of the global city, especially considering that the point of study is going to be Mexico City, but at some point some other Mexican cities. Mexico City, in one way or another, is connected to this globalized economy. So if we very quickly define what Saskia Sassin has said about cities, she says, it's as if we were standing under a lamp, and then this lamp, it has an edge where the light can reach. But there are things that exist beyond the edge. So there's the center and there's the periphery. So when cities become globalized, not all of the different neighborhoods win by these globalization processes. In this reshaping, reconfiguration of the global or regional urban economies, there are certain areas that remain being the losers, so to say. I go back to the concept of the maquilopolis, the maquilapolis, in the sense that many Mexican cities house this type of massive production, the maquila production, especially around border towns, where there are very large corridors And in the case of Mexico, it's very peculiar. Puebla, Mexico City, Querétaro, the Bajío Plateau, and then the connection of these corridors with border towns such as Juárez or Tijuana. Cities that in one way or another are being subordinated, are becoming integrated into this world economy. So in those areas, those spaces, the neighborhoods that lose, that are unprotected, that are marginalized, or were already abandoned before in the old model. But because of globalization, those cities, those spaces within the city remain being the losers, or even become places where poverty and social exclusion is become more heightened. So this is just an introduction. I'm trying to be as brief as possible. But anyway, in those places, in those spaces, youngsters they need to have places, spaces to express their freedom. And there are different types of interventions, urban interventions that they do, graffiti artists, hip hop artists, rockers. And those spaces that these young artists claim, they are transformed as resistance places, transgressive places, or resilience areas against the police brutality and the impositions of capitalism. So many of those areas, many of those struggles in an individual or collective way, they do not express anything else but the fight for the right to a city that from the 1970s, Henry Lefebvre had already defined to us. A collective struggle that society has to fight the working classes so as to recover, rescue certain spaces of the city. So my objective is to explore the narrative, the paths of the young artists in the urban places where they perform, and their consumption with cannabis. So originally I'm thinking of Mexico City, but I would like to include some others. That would depend obviously on many other set of circumstances. Emilio Pradilla, an urban economist, says that in this new model of a city, the neoliberal city model, different social and spatial fragmentations are taking place. They already existed before, but they are heightened. And there's polarization, there's social exclusion, there's poverty that still affect large sectors of the population. This inequality, as Ana Palacio states, the inequalities that are happening in the city, in the land, they can be economic, social, cultural in nature. At the end of the day, they become historical social constructs of the urban space that are reproduced over and over again throughout time. And that is where many of the conflicts and inequalities worsen. Simultaneously, the capitalist state is using the public space with certain type of hostile architecture, as you can see on the picture, in order to avoid any citizen, any youngster, any person from the city to take advantage of those spaces. Like this is below a bridge where many people, young people usually gather. This is how they prevent them using this space. This is how they prevent homeless people to sleep there, to do graffiti art. Those sharp pyramids are placed with that objective, to reject them, to prevent them from entering, from taking ownership of those spaces. So this is a contradiction that we see on the public space over and over again. And this is what you get when you are living in a city that is living under a neoliberal economic model. So this fight for the right to a city, they can be collective or individual. In my case, I would like to approach the collectives, the groups of people who have been there resisting against many types of projects and decisions that are made by the city officials that configure social exclusion, the privatization, the urban mega projects versus the abandonment of popular sectors, popular spaces, or popular urbanizations of the city, then gentrification, how the current governments have been creating projects in which different sectors of the high income people, they take ownership of the downtown areas, historical areas, or places where low-income communities used to live. So there is a real state pressure to displace people from those places so that they can be sold to higher income communities. So there have been many different groups who have faced this situation. And this is how they are expressing that they do not agree how certain projects are being imposed on them and are leaving them homeless, and this is how they resist. And as people said during the introduction, as well as Iturrieta has explained, all of these collective groups of artists, for instance, here I'm presenting street art of a collective called the Gun, the Pistola. They do street urban art. And they have accompanied groups in their social struggles, in their social processes of resistance. They have defended, they have supported certain social vindications over the public space. Obviously, these artists, they have been criminalized, persecuted. They have criminal cases built against them. And these collective groups have had to survive many times by becoming clandestine, to be able to keep on doing their art, helping urban struggles, defending people. So at the end of the slide, it is said that urban art uses the public space as a battlefield, because at the end of the day, this is what is happening. This is a war. We're fighting for a right to a city. The public space is part of that right of free transit, free usage. So urban art, popular art is playing a very important role in the way in which the struggles are defending the right to a city. I would like to give you some context. Yes, the artists are being stigmatized. They are called drug addicts. They are called marihuaneros. But there's also the context of reality. In 2003, in a national survey of addictions by the Ministry of Health, we gathered some data that are relevant and need to be highlighted. And they are related to the fact that the consumption of drugs in Mexico has increased. It has increased during the last few years. Well, that was in 2003. I will need to update these figures to see if there's a more recent survey about drug addiction in Mexico. But anyway, there had been an increase of smoking and alcohol consumption, but there was also an increase of other types of drugs. mainly marijuana, cocaine, heroin. The survey says that this increase is characterized by being urban in nature. Let us not forget that as many other countries in the world, in Mexico, we are a highly urbanized place. Almost 80% of Mexican population live inside cities, the large metropolis, or the middle size or the small ones. Most of the population in Mexico, we're all living in the city. And this is something interesting that the survey is showing, that drug consumption beyond alcohol and tobacco is being increased in urban contexts. On the other hand, another important piece that needs to be explained is that this increase in drug consumption is amongst the young. If you consider that in recent years, the federal government legalized the consumption of marijuana for therapeutical purposes and to a certain extent for recreational purposes, if I'm not mistaken, that's the context that is happening here at an urban level. And I could also say that the way in which some researchers have used to approach to study urban artists in cities, I can give you some examples, like in the case of Ortiz in 2019, who studied artivists in border towns such as Ciudad Juarez and El Paso, Texas. He speaks of these artivists or art activists who are accompanying migrants in their legal defense, like in the case of femicides or the support of women or families who have had victims. And so they do stencil art, graffiti performances, and they do this in public spaces. And this author says that those are the places where resistance, the counter-hegemonic resistance is taking place, because obviously there's the official discourse about the problems, how migrants are being criminalized, also how women are being blamed for their luck. And there are other three authors that I would like to very quickly quote, which are Silva Londoña, Manuel Santiago Chavez, and Teresa Ventura. They also speak of what is happening in Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Quito, Ecuador, in the case of the hip hop cultures. Those youngsters are also expressing themselves using music, dress codes, and dance to appropriate certain spaces, to mark their territory, to put a place on the land. And I'm about to conclude. I think I still have some 5 minutes left, but anyway, here I come to the part of the definition. The definition is complex because many of these different types of urban arts, popular arts, urban art, that come from the fringes, little by little, the state has been trying to steal them and institutionalize them. And by institutionalizing this type of art, that's how they make it lose its edge. They are no longer contestatory. They are not against hegemonic discourses. They are softened when they are appropriated by the government. So there's an element that makes it difficult to study popular urban art and the role of artists. If you are an artist that is beautifying public space, then you could become a part of projects that are state controlled or certain governmental players. And when they do, urban art loses its political edge. However, it is important to say that still there is a contestatory type of art, one that is trying to provide vindication to causes. And for Daniels in 2016, he said that in order for something to be popular urban art, it requires certain characteristics. It has to be a tool of social protest or demonstration. It is still considered to be illegal because it is questioning the authorities. It is going against the official discourse. And they are elements that mark the land, and they are an exercise of freedom of expression, freedom of speech. What is the methodology that I'm planning to use for this research? To begin with, this will be an exploratory type of research. In my own personal search, I have not found any direct expression of popular urban artists having them express consumption of marijuana. They do it indirectly. They do it by defending the migrants or against femicides or defending feminist causes, but they don't take it as the flagpole of their fight. It is a qualitative study. We are going to study the narratives of popular urban artists as social subjects. And we will see how they create their narrative by using also the support of cannabis consumption. I would also like to map, to chart the different paths of these urban artists around the land. Where are the neighborhoods, the public spaces, the slums where they operate? What are their social, cultural practices, their MO? How do they carry out their artistic expression? I would like to analyze the discourse. And as I was telling you in the beginning, the idea is to be able to start with Mexico City, but there are some other cities that might be interesting. And I chose them because of how easy it would be for me to go and access key players, key artists of the urban scenes, such as Mérida, Querétaro, Puebla, Mexico City, and San Luis Potosí. So in rough strokes, this is the proposal of my research, the bibliographical review. It's I cannot share it because I'm still having a first scan of what there is, and I'm open to comments and recommendations from your own experience. And also I'm open to methodological suggestions. Because right now the methodology is limited because of the lockdown and the pandemic, but we could also take advantage of the new technologies so as to, for instance, create surveys or do some other digital work to solve this problem. And with this, I conclude my presentation. I hope that I didn't take more time than I was allocated. And with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear the following talk by Angela Margot Vaca Mejia about destigmatizing the East. Thank you. Good morning. So I will be sharing the screen. We have a short presentation, and Carlos Zamudio will have the floor. Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, Carlos, we can hear you. Good day. Welcome. Well, it's great to share this with you. This is part of the work that we have been doing in the east of the city, basically in the Iztapalapa borough. And we have participated in a project called Tri-Spaces. It is a multinational project that focuses on how young people use the public space and how, based on certain practices, they transform this space. So in this sense, we have done field research, ethnographic research, and especially focusing on cannabis, which is a transgression, one of the transgression that these young people do in these spaces. Now, we are doing this study in the east of the city. While we focus in the Iztapalapa borough, it is important to mention that the people living in this part of the city move a lot. But due to the distances, due to the lack of public transportation or deficiencies in public transportation, apologies, the speaker is cutting off. I can't hear him very well. I will try to translate, but the speaker is cutting off. So the young people that we've been working with, here we are with them at a space, at a tianguis, the street market. This is, Carlos, sorry for interrupting you, but apparently we're having some audio problems. We can't hear you very well. So I don't know if there's some way to improve that or to fix that. Okay, let me turn off my video. Let's see if you can hear me better. Is that better? Yes, that appears to be better. Okay, so I was saying that we are doing this study in the Iztapalapa borough. No, he's breaking up again. So this leads these young people to hide from society in general. Yes, the speaker is breaking up. I'm not able to translate. Carlos, your audio is not great, so I don't know if there's any way for you to improve your connection. Perhaps I can continue with. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to switch to another device. Okay, while you do that, I'll keep moving with the presentation. Okay, then. So my colleague, Carlos Zamudio, was saying that the work we are doing in Iztapalapa, for several years, we have followed a group of young people who started by taking the public space, the street, and who are now, well, we could say they are moving around the east of the city. And they're moving from gathering in these relatively safe spaces for consumption, like street markets, open spaces, parks, that imply a process of appropriating the space. They're moving from that to starting to actually manage the space, manage consumption spaces. They are starting to negotiate or managing with the people at the helm of cultural spaces and also sites like pulquerias, where you go to drink pulque, and they are developing different kinds of activities. different artistic practices, street activities. And what we're going to have is a very interesting exercise of young people who move around the east of the city. They move from the street to closed spaces, and they develop different ways or different strategies to be able to consume cannabis in a collective manner, because there's a lot of demand for being able to be together, to get together with friends, and so on. There's this desire to reaffirm their identity by mutual acknowledgement between users of marijuana. So here on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a couple of images. The first is the El Salado Street Market, or Tianguis, which happens on Wednesday. And here we are actually going to have a talk about this. This is also about this case study that we have in the Tri-Spaces, which is a big project where this is included. We will also have a talk about this. And then from the street, they move to take these spaces. So in the bottom image, you'll be able to see here. This is a picture taken at the El Tecolote Pulqueria. And a lot of these youths who come to these spaces, who manage these spaces, and who participate in these spaces, well, they start by first taking the street, and then they start to move towards these other spaces. So there's transit between the different spaces. Learnings take place. There's a dynamic of appropriating the space in the street. And then this is going to be important for the self-managing processes. This processes where they manage spaces that can be closed spaces, some of them private spaces, some of them public spaces. I don't know if Carlos has returned, if his connection has improved. I don't know what we should do. Maybe we can present together. Carlos? Okay, apparently Carlos still has problems with his connection, so I'll keep going. So as I was telling you, we can make these exercises of finding these spaces that are safe for consumption. The case of the pulquerias, which we have been following for some time now, this has been our field work. We started doing the field work about 3 years ago, and more specifically, moving from spaces that are open, spaces in the street, and into closed spaces. That has been going on for about 1 year. So in the pulquerias, they recover some practices from the past, some ancient practices, but with a modern twist. And we've been gathering a lot of information in Iztapalapa, and the youths comment a lot how their grandparents used to have this combination of the pulque drink with cannabis. It was seen as favorable and even healthy, something that people used to do at the end of their day. And consuming pulque together with marijuana was like a common combo, so to speak. And it's very interesting. We can think about how these consumptions were traditional, both pulque and marijuana, and they undergo different stigmatization processes. In the case of pulque, for example, well, it was taken over by beer, and it started to be thought of as something not clean enough, because of the hygienic processes. And so we can look at how pulque consumption started to fall. But at the end of the 20th century and the start of the 21st century, there's been a resurgence in the interest for the pulque drink. And it's very interesting how now it's been revindicated together with marijuana, and how this traditional consumption is reformulated by the youths today. And they are involved in a very different kind of logic than what was true in the start of the 20th century. with the grandparents. So this, remember, at the start of the 20th century, cannabis was not banned in Mexico, and then starting in 1920, the prohibition started. So there was a demand. There wasn't a political demand for recognition. And now the context is obviously completely different. But it's also interesting that this is associated with different artistic practices today. So how are these spaces managed? Well, you can see an image of the El Tecolote pulqueria. And as we have mentioned, the idea is to have safe spaces for consumption. Because regardless of the legislative changes that we have seen, the youths in the east of the city are still persecuted and criminalized because they consume cannabis on the street, and they face the police, which is always an issue. It causes permanent fear. So the idea of having these spaces is to be able to guarantee not being exposed to that, not having to deal with the police on the street. This is about creating a safe space. But something that is also very interesting is the fact that these spaces are not just about getting together and smoking cannabis. No, it's about getting together, smoking cannabis, and also doing a lot of interventions while they're spending time together. They explore the different skills that they have. And the people who participate in these types of events are precisely youths that live in the East, in the Iztapalapa borough, in Nesa, in Ecatepec. So this is the area around the Zaragoza street towards the state of Puebla. So it's this whole area. We could see it in the photo at the start. It's a large area. It's a continuum. So people from Nesa go to Iztapalapa, youths from Iztapalapa go to Ecatepec or to Nesa, etc. So we can see how the youths move around this entire area. And the El Salado street market that happens on Wednesdays is a big part of this. It's about art and about different artistic expressions, popular expressions. They can have better reception and they can be seen in a more positive light. And there's also this link between art and cannabis, which is present in the collective conscious of the people here. And doing this is also a way to get more acceptance and to search for tolerance for consumption. Of course, this favors this type of establishments, youths who come into these places for safe consumption, and they also buy from there. They buy the pulque that the establishment might be selling, or they might purchase some beer. So this also helps to activate the economy in these locations. So there's an exchange that is happening. It's mutually beneficial for the people who manage these spaces and for the youths who have to do this entire exercise of negotiating. And managing these spaces implies many elements, from cleaning, from the hours, who is going to take care of the sound, right? So all of these elements are also present in the street, but now it's, in this case, it's a different kind of space, a closed space. And the purpose of this appropriation and of managing spaces for tolerance and for safe consumption, well, is this. You can see this quote from one of the youths that we've been interviewing and working with. And he's talking about the possibility of getting together and about street art and about consuming cannabis. So these youths start to develop a form of activism to which is about their consumption, but it's also about including other flags. So I'm going to go back a little bit so that you can see this picture that we showed at the start. It says, I defend the Santa Catarina Sierra. So on the left, you can see that it says the fight number 24 for the Sierra. So these youths that define themselves as users and consumers of cannabis, they defend their consumption. They want to create these safe spaces, but at the same time, it's also an incentive. It also goes hand in hand with activism, which is not just about reivindicating or rebuilding and are about counter narratives for marijuana, but it's also about activism in terms of broader political terms. It's not just about reclaiming the identity of the cannabis user, but they're also concerned about what is happening in their communities. And the fact that they consume cannabis, well, that doesn't mean that they are separate from this sense of social belonging. Instead, they are more involved with problems in their communities. And Iztapalapa and the area of the state of Mexico is suffering a lot of different problems that are associated with the lack of organized public spaces. Because there might be public spaces available, but they're not really taken care of and they're not appropriate. So these people are betting in linking these different types of demands on all these aspects. So yes, they are trying to find safe spaces for consuming cannabis. They are also trying to understand and express their activities. A lot of it is very circus oriented. Also music, performance art, different types of artistic expressions. So, and that can also be linked with other demands, which shows that, you know, these youths, they do belong to areas that are stigmatized in the east of the city, but they are very active in their social environment. Here you can see some of the protagonists of these kinds of processes. This is a picture taken in October of last year, 2020. This project, La Lucha or the Fight, will be talked about in more detail by other members of the team on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. It will be discussed in a talk about a street in the East. That's the name of the talk, a street in the East. So you'll be able to see one of the protagonists here. This is Irene. She's very active in this whole environment that I've been discussing. And Lupita, she's a fervent participant in all these processes. Lupita, I believe, is rapping in this image, which is something that she does a lot, although she also participates in other kinds of performances. And so to wrap it up, I don't know if Carlos has solved his technical problems. Maybe he can chime in. Hello. I think it's better. I tried to change some of the settings. I don't know if it worked. Yes, I can hear you just fine. Okay, if it's not working, just let me know. So thank you for explaining everything about the project, about what we're doing. I would just like to frame this idea of the stigma. There's a stigma that is linked to prohibition of cannabis, and it was accelerated in the 80s and the 90s when consumers started being persecuted. Because first, the plant itself was prohibited, but stemming from the international treaty in 1988, there was emphasis placed on persecuting consumers. And these are ideas that are taken to the global level. So the stigma on users, all kinds of users, has spread. And in the case of Mexico, one of the consequences is that the main users of marijuana in the country have suffered from a lot of stigmas about drug dependency and also other substances, dependence of other substances like heroin and cocaine, which together with marijuana are the three substances that started this prohibitionist policy. And what we've seen later after these years is a process of political reframing of marijuana and its users. And that's why in 2015, the Supreme Court of Justice in Mexico said that this is part of people's rights for developing their personalities, their personal development. And so now we are in a moment where the substance is starting to be allowed, its consumption is starting to be granted, even though it's still forbidden by the current law. But there has been a lot gained in terms of how the substance is perceived and of course the users as well. And this is a process that these youths are undertaking. They are trying to redefine marijuana consumption. And it is also important to point out that these youths have been seeking these spaces to redefine their activities, artistic activities and consumption, but they're really interested in reclaiming these activities together. And they found a problem in terms of public spaces. So I'm talking about cultural centers that are supported by public funds, because these places do allow them to present their artistic activities, but they do not allow them to consume marijuana because of this stigma around users. That's why these youths are going to public spaces, specifically the streets, but also private spaces like the pulquerias and cultural centers, social centers, whose resources come from the social relationships in the communities and not so much from the state. And in these spaces, they have indeed been allowed to participate in these activities. And it is this union of artistic activities and cannabis consumption that has led these youths to find in these places a possibility to reclaim both activities. Their artistic activities, on the one hand, which they manage themselves, and on the other hand, consumption of substances, in this case, specifically marijuana. And they start to take this to different spaces across the east of the city, because this is where their cultural networks are located. I did not hear if Angela mentioned that these events that are organized are organized by the autonomous participation of each of the artists that take part in these events, in such a way that in an event that happens in Iztapalapa or Chimalhuacan, Ecatepec, Nezahualcóyotl, or Texcoco, well, the people from different locations travel to the other locations, which generates this itinerant dynamic that strengthens social networks of these artists and users. And it also strengthens the relationship with the owners or the managers of these locations so that they can continue to host these events. And they also face a stigma and they face potential problems if they let people consume marijuana inside their establishments. So this is a process that has been going on in recent years. And it's also changed during the pandemic due to the difficulty in doing activities in public spaces. So these private spaces have become an alternative that is often used by these youths. So I think that would be it so that we don't go over the time. Yes, thank you, Carlos and Claudia. We are going to have some space for comment and debates. Yes, we'll have some time for comments and debates, but right now we are going to move to the next talk about women making joints and fighting. We will start with Estefania Millán.
Estefania, I think your microphone's off.
Perdón, una disculpita.
I'm sorry about
les voy
that.
a compartir la pres. Denme un segundo, por favor.
I am going to open my presentation. Just 1 minute, please.
¿Me confirman si la pueden ver, por favor?
Can you see my screen? Yes, we
Súper.
can. Great.
Gracias, gracias.
Welcome, welcome.
Sí,
Stephanie.
muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Nosotros somos mujeres forjando porros, forjando
We are
luchas.
women
Me acompañan
making
ahorita Rebeca
joints, making
y
fight.
Monse, que vamos a
Monse
estarnos
and
como
Rebecca are with
dividiéndonos
me.
como
We
las
will
partes
be
de la presentación.
presenting this
Y
together.
pues bueno, para empezar, les voy a
So,
platicar como pues la
Let me
introducción
start by
a
with
nuestro
you
tema.
something about
Bueno, pues el
our
título es
subject.
Mujeres forjando
The
porros,
title
forjando
is
luchas, la red
Women
feminista
Making Joints
canábica
and
que rompe
Fighting the
estigmas a través del
Cannabis
arte y la
Feminist
cultura.
Network that
Les voy
breaks
platicando un
paradigms
poquito
through
la
art and
press, que es
culture.
como un poco nuestra storytelling de hoy. Y bueno, pues para empezar tenemos una fotografía
We
súper
have
bella
a
de
very
lo que
beautiful
fue
picture
la
of
contingente canábica el
the
año pasado.
cannabis demonstration last
Y
year.
bueno, pues les voy a platicar, como les decía, todo lo
And
que
so
es
let me
la
start by sharing
introducción. ¿Qué
something
vamos
about
a
the
investigar?
introduction.
Pues
What are we
queremos
going
documentar
to
las
research? We
experiencias
want to
organizativas entre
document
mujeres usuarias de
the
cannabis como
organization
resistencia
of
al discurso
feminist
hegemónico, prohibicionista
cannabis
y
users
patriarcal.
against the patriarchal hegemonic
También vamos a estar
discourse.
analizando la
We will also
construcción en
analyze
sí de la
the
red de mujeres forjando
construction
porros,
of
forjando
the
luchas,
network
a
of
partir de su
the network
posicionamiento político
from its
y la
political
producción de recursos
stand and the
estéticos desde una
production of
mirada
art
feminista
from a
canábica.
feminist and cannabis
Como tercer punto,
perspective.
vamos a describir la
Cannabis
producción del
related.
discurso, las
We are going
expresiones
to see how
artísticas y
the
culturales
artistic
que surgen
expression,
al
cultural
interior de
expressions that
nuestra
are
red.
emerging within our
Y bueno,
network. We'll
les voy a
explore
platicar
that.
un poquito de
And
cómo
let me share with you a little bit of
surge
how
la red.
the network was
La
created.
red surge como resultado
The
de la
network was the
movilización de
result of the
activistas,
mobilization of
usuarias de
activists,
cannabis, que decidieron
cannabis
salir a
users,
marchar ante
who
la
decided
necesidad
to
de visibilizar su
demonstrate because they
existencia en
wanted
el
to
año de 2009.
make their existence
Más
visible in
adelante, esta se
2019.
consolida en enero de
Later, in
2020 mediante la
2020, the
articulación
network
de
was
compañeras
consolidated
a
by
través de
the
diversas convocatorias en redes sociales.
different open calls
Voy a
in
avanzar
social
un
media
poquito
for
más
us
en
to
la
get
press,
together
denme un
and
segundo.
start getting
Estoy como en
organized.
varias pantallas. ¿Sí la pueden ver? ¿Siguen viendo mi press o no la ven?
Do you still see my presentation?
Sí, ok, perfecto. Déjenme ver por qué no puedo avanzar ahí.
I'm not allowed to move forward. I think
bueno, es un poco la justificación, pero entonces,
slow.
como les comentaba,
Anyway,
desde entonces una de las grandes contribuciones al cambio de paradigma ha sido la construcción de un espacio de lucha colectivo que integra una mirada amplia. Asimismo, la red ha construido un diálogo entre dos luchas que suelen excluirse entre sí, que es la feminista y la canábica. Esto ha propiciado un cuestionamiento continuo que produce por sí mismo un lenguaje específico y formas de representación que consolidan una identidad emergente, el feminismo canábico. Les platico tal vez un poquito. Bueno, ciertamente pasa que, bueno, dentro del ámbito feminista, pues las consumidas de cannabis son estigmatizadas. Y bueno, un poquito ese es el posicionamiento de la red. Y pues también de cierta forma, dentro de la lucha canábica, las mujeres somos excluidas y también hay muchísimos estigmas sobre nosotros. Entonces, justo la búsqueda de la red es posicionar dentro del activismo canábico a las mujeres feministas y dentro del feminismo la lucha canábica. A continuación, mi compañera Rebeca les voy a explicar un poquito más sobre lo que consolida la justificación de nuestro trabajo. Rebe,
what
¿andas por
justifies
ahí?
our work? Rebe, are you there? Yes, I'm right here. Can you hear
Te
me?
escuchamos bien.
Yes, we can. Thank you. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. As Estefania Villan, my colleague, has said, we got together with some other women, other collectives, to start with a civilization effort of women who are cannabis users from a feminist perspective. We believe this is important because there must be research and a record of the cultural expressions that are produced by the overlap of those two fights. And it is important to destigmatize the social representations of female cannabis users. There are gender matters to discuss here. There is a difference, very marked difference regarding what is allowed for women users versus what men users are experiences. There's a stigmatization about the use of cannabis and about some others And so the experiences that we're living are very different and how we are getting together. So we would like to see how the gender stereotypes, the experiences are very different. And why is it that from the perspective of feminism, it is important for us to become aware of how this gender affects women who are consumers. It is also important to say that within the network, there is a group of women who are also working as cannabis users who are mothers, the mothers groups. And these women, they are living a double or triple stigmatization because they're users, they're women, and they're mothers. And women who are raising children, their experiences are very different. And this is also something also that we want to make visible. We want to also show the artistic expression of female feminist cannabis users. We have already existed for forever. We've always existed in feminism for several decades. However, this crossover, the intersection, is something that was not visible. There are some cases of women here in Mexico or in other parts of Latin America who attempted to present themselves as such in Spain, in other places, but there was no movement, there was no network, there was no group of people who really wanted to make the situation visible for everyone. So in this sense, art has been core in how we are defending this perspective, especially since we are doing it from our own perspective, our own identity as cannabis user feminists. And this is how we're questioning, that's how we're positioning, that's how we're taking over social spaces. In the pictures that you saw, there's a show of that. There are certain statements that meant to be funny or provocative, but they had that purpose. Since nowadays we are so used to seeing everything from the perspective of users, the consumers, those are very relevant because we don't want to be left out. We don't want to be left out from a community or population of cannabis users. That is why we're trying to use art to claim our right to be there. Next one. There are certain slogans that are very well known within the cannabis commuters. This picture was also taken during the March of 8th March with the Cannabis Feminist group in which we share very varied experiences. There's criminalization of feminists against us as users. So we also want to say that we're resisting in the public space and within feminist groups, and that we have a right for our consumption. So the experience in the public space with feminist groups has been different from our experience in public spaces with cannabis users. And we see this, we saw it ever since we started demonstrating on May the 5th, the day of marijuana, in which we received a lot of comments about how we were fragmenting the struggle, that there was no point in what we were defending, that we were dividing the movement just because we wanted some attention. And our perspective is completely different. We want to provide a perspective that is so important due to the violence that we live as cannabis users and women. Thank you. We also consider that it's very important to document cannabis feminism in Mexico. As I said before, even though there were certain women who tried before us to do some research, to document, to provide visibility to this overlap of the fights in the public and virtual spaces, to demonstrate what our experience was like, we believe that as such, there has not been real documentation, not in a serious formal way, something that is truly required to contribute to research, to have papers, to have this fight documented, because feminism as a political practice and a social theory is framed within a specific context, since the experience of being a woman is universal. And in this sense, we take for granted that the violence that we live as users are completely different from others. Something very representative is the arguments that are used when we are raped or there's sexual violence against us. The first thing people ask is, were you using? Were you high? Were you smoking weed or pot, as something that would justify a rape? There has been also cases of femicides in which the first thing people ask is, was the woman smoking pot? And if that is the case, it's as if she was allowing for her to be killed. So it is important for us to stand against this, to create networks, to stop this type of line of argumentation, because in Mexico we need cannabis feminism. There are other places where it is well developed. In Latin America, cannabis feminism is very strong in some places like Argentina or Uruguay or Chile. So we want this also acknowledged in our country. We want to have those groups acknowledged because they are paving the way for us to, for instance, to be here speaking to you right now. And we want to contribute to this type of feminism, because many women have already spoken about the need of this juncture. And here's another picture of the same March of Women's Day 2020 with the famous slogan, Amiga te cuenta, or please get it, my dear friend. We are using feminist slogans to apply them to our case, to our defense. We're making them focus on how our experience as cannabis users is also as valid. Montserrat, she is going to explain the methodology. Thank you very much. Well, as my two colleagues have said, my two sisters have said, this way in which cannabis feminists have been organizing to create a political stand, even though it is not something completely new, it has not been documented. And this is something that we have identified by exploring the research sources that currently exist. There are certain mentions, certain references in some papers in which activists who are well known, or the collective groups who have opened this conversation in other places, in other countries, they have left the print. However, here in this country, there is not such evidence, not such a very broad analysis. And that is why we believe that our research will be of an exploratory nature. We want to explore what exists, and starting from there, try to get things organized. Because it is important, it is interesting to see how the positionings have been created to get an idea of what this cannabis feminism is about, the implications for the lives of women, because we also see that the impact of prohibitionist policies is even larger. It's better documented, there's more research around it. However, the organization, the resistance, the production to defend against the hegemonic discourse, there's no work there. And we believe that this is a great chance for us to do it. Specifically, to identify what has happened in the case of Mexico, that as of a few years ago, and after the pandemic, obviously, we started seeing that there are more punitive policies locally, and many things are happening in the public space, especially at the local level. And in Mexico City, we live in Mexico City, but we also see how other places in other states, women, young girls are getting organized, and they're using social media to become visible. Social media is a place of encountering other activists and organizations, and the movement that is growing. What we care about is to do a qualitative study, because we want to get to know the experiences of those women. We want to see how they have lived the illegality of the plant, what the plant has represented in their lives, and when is it that they started recognizing themselves as feminists and cannabis users. What is it for them to live feminism, the cannabis feminism, and what are the obstacles? Because being a user and being a feminist is a double or triple stigmatization. Because if you add that there might be other sexual orientation or other types of race or other implications, then it grows heavier. So to get to know their stories, to get to know how they stand against prohibitionism and patriarchal mandates, and how we are not supposed to be in drugs, we should be perfect, we should be good, and women are not allowed to put themselves at risk. And all of those mandates that we're giving in the private space, we're not allowed to speak about our experiences with the use. And if we do, we end up having a negative reputation, if you may. So identifying these stories can help us see how the plant is embedded in the lives of women also, and how the plant is a part of us, even though they are professional women, if you may, mothers, as we have already said, or in different roles. It is very valuable to make all of their experiences visible. And that's what we care about more than just having lots of statistics. We want to present a human face to the situation. And as a part of what we want to do is to describe how consumption is experienced and how people resist and fight. And we will use ethnography in the physical space of certain events we have attended or that the network organizes, as well as the virtual events that are taking place, where, as I've said, after the pandemic, more cyber activism started emerging, more groups are becoming organized in that way. And that is also something that has to be documented and tracked and identified. We will also have some very small interviews to obtain witness opinions from what they are experiencing. That's all I have to share. Will my colleagues share anything else? Thank you. Now we'll speak about art and its relationship with cannabis.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Alvaro. Yes, 1 second. If you can please mute the interpretation channel. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yes, I was having some issues, but okay, I'm ready. So first of all, thank you, Aaron Diaz, for inviting us. Sorry about the camera. I've had some technical problems here, but well, here we are. We're the Cannabis Assembly, More Conscience, Less TV, and we're going to be presenting the work that we've been doing for 6 or 7 years in public spaces. We've appropriated the space and without harming third parties, we try to manifest art as a motor for destigmatizing cannabis users, not just smokers, but all users, sick patients who use cannabis. So I'm going to do my presentation. Sorry for the rush. I'm a student of the Autonomous University of Mexico City. I'm a music teacher as well, and I also carry out a lot of activities for research I study the cultural space, and we work together with Cannabis Collective. So in a way, we are one. And we try to spread information and not just getting high. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. While Alvaro is preparing, let me know that we will have some time for debate at the end of Alvaro's talk, and we can have questions from the audience, whether it's from people on Zoom or on YouTube. Go ahead. Okay, can you see my screen? Yes. All right then. So together with the Autonomous University of Mexico City, specifically about the Art and Cultural Heritage Program, the collectives, uh, Cannabis Assembly and More Conscience, Less TV, the and Cultural Study, and what are the actions of the Cannabis Assembly? Well, it was created about 7 or 8 years ago, independent of other movements, because its priority is to spread, promote art and culture, and to create spaces that are not focused on sales, but are rather focused on art and culture. So as a musician and professor, I've taught different music workshops. Well, let me tell you that we were able to start putting together certain methodologies for destigmatizing cannabis users and smokers. Of course, it's a space for free expression, and we are always renewing ourselves, creating new rooms, new spaces, spaces for women, spaces for information harvesting, but we do not promote sales. The artists who participate, well, there's a great variety of artists. So we have artists who work on slam poetry, musicians of all types who play all types of music, rock, traditional Mexican music, Rasta people who are joining this manifestation in these spaces, and they present their work, and they are able to have representation in society, not just as stoners, as it were, but as artists. A lot of them actually do not consume, but they support the movement. So this includes music, painting, photography, there are rap battles, there's circus art, which includes, juggling, unicycle. In other words, it's very rich. It's a multidisciplinary space in the Cannabis Assembly. And so we are trying to build this space with these artists. It includes theater, dance, pre-Hispanic dancing even, and everything related to our roots, to our Mexican roots before the pre-Columbian Mexico. It's also important to include other languages. And this is a space where we are smoking together. We are spending time together. We are exchanging ideas on ideologies, always for the betterment of these environments. And of course, we document a lot and we make videos about these activities, these symbolic acts and cultural activities. So we provide spaces, in this case, yes, for selling, sorry, for exchanging, for crafts, biker culture. We do cannabis biking often from one space to another. And in these spaces, we can witness these artistic activities as we arrive on our bicycles. So it's very rich. There's a lot of different disciplines participating in these spaces in the Cannabis Assembly. We are always inviting a lot of people. And we invite all of you here today to come in. We need more researchers. We need to grow, and we are aware of it. But we've been working to have a current landscape of what cannabis is. We do radio broadcasts and what I said about languages. And we also include certain workshops. You've probably heard about the marijuana daunt, which was removed by the authorities. It was made of cardboard. You probably heard about it. So yeah, we work with cardboard and we recycle to raise awareness, but we need spaces. We need safe spaces. And I know there are third parties that are not going to agree on consumption, but we should have these spaces to exchange ideas. Of course, no selling, and we also do we we grow the plant. You start with a seed, as you know, and this plant has different uses. You can make different items with it. You can make clothing. It's a very important social protein, so to speak, for these times. We can generate a certain economy, but I'd like to emphasize that the Cannabis Assembly does not promote sales, and that's why we work independently. We can work with the COFEPRIS, and we have a module of information about, different characters like the presidents or audio engineers, collaborators, women who also participate and take these sessions and make up these rooms in specific days where they can go there and manifest and talk about the stigma that they face. So we are creative. We try to be creative always. We want to promote art and culture in a healthy manner. So how do we achieve that? The reality is that it's been collaborative work. The Aula Canábica, the Asamblea Canábica, and the Estudio Cultural, well, we have tried to get together. Some people provide the audio equipment, microphones, speakers. Other people take care of the paperwork so that we can get the relevant permits sometimes. Sometimes we want to reestablish the green areas and we try to do social work. And we try to constantly be up to date and spread information among the attendees. There's a lot. Alfa Herrera Bausari is the president, also known as Pablo Moses 420 in the cannabis world. And he is the president, the founder, and we try to contribute. So in my case, I try to invite artists. I try to open up the spaces. And we try to host representative events that are part of the 420 movement's history. We've taken important places like the Lázaro Cárdenas Square. Lázaro Cárdenas was the first president who legalized marijuana and promotes its use for sick people, medicinal use. And that was later prohibited. And then from the 80s until now, we've had this whole new wave. And then in the 2000s, with globalization and everything, and marginalized areas are also covered, the whole metropolitan area, and more people start to integrate into the space, into this movement. And they can find some peace here without being persecuted by the police, without being intimidated or repressed. Sometimes we need to fight to obtain these spaces. And unfortunately, we're going to have to keep fighting and they're going to have to keep hearing us. These are some photos of the Chilpancingo camp. Unfortunately, this was removed, but we were at Senasica outside, and I had the opportunity there to establish establish a very important dialogue. We are thankful to the Cannabis Assembly for that. So we try to contribute. We try to inform people about how the assembly works. This is a photo of one of the demonstrations. We are there in all the important events. We've participated in forums. We've participated in interviews with television companies. And they always approach us to get informed, to ask. It would seem that some people are still scared of marijuana use. And so they try to question it, to investigate, to research, to understand how consumers think, to see how there's no problem. They just enjoy the plant, consumers, and they're trying to build another world based on that. And to start wrapping up, well, marijuana is also linked to art history. Diego Rivera, Frida Kahlo, music, Octavio Paz, great writers, Parmenides. A lot of people who have used marijuana for inspiration and for making history, really. And just to start to wrap up, marijuana is considered cultural heritage. I had a short dialogue with a teacher in class about whether it should be considered heritage. Obviously, I agree that it should, but I understand that some teachers and some people, well, they do have a stigma. They don't think that smoking weed should be part of the formal heritage of our country. So we need to raise awareness that it's not just about, getting high. People really use these spaces to develop art and to destigmatize the activity. And we spend time together, but these are no longer the times where the rappers or the musicians were relegated to a corner and were forgotten about, but rather they're starting to use their abilities and appropriating spaces by being creative. So this is the marijuana daunt in the Chilpancingo roundabout, so that you can see that we are always working, we are always creating. There's a lot of people here from the Cannabis Assembly, Asamblea Canámica, because we are one here in this movement, as we just witnessed in this event. So these are 3 of the collectives. And we collaborate with the assembly. Pablo Alfa is the president. Maybe he can say some words about the assembly to put more context into this. And so, well, that's it from me. We are very thankful for this space, for letting us contribute. We are working, we are trying to destigmatize, we are trying to promote the use of these spaces and turn them into cultural heritage. Let's look at the history of the cultural goods that have been created via cannabis. And what is the role of the law? We need laws that defend cannabis and its cultural role. There's a lot to talk about identity, about integration, and a lot of different topics. You are all invited to participate in this. We are one. This is a very important movement in the context of globalization and neoliberalism. So it's important to keep working. And this is what we do. A lot of us have already met. And so this is our contribution as the Asamblea Canámica. More awareness, less TV. Thank you, Alvaro, for your participation. And now we are going to open this for debate to answer all the questions that you might have. And then the members of the collectives will be able to answer. So send us questions in the chat, or if you're on YouTube, you can leave us some questions there.
So Claudia is going to be helping me with whatever you send in the writing. So send your questions. If you want to write them on the chat, that's fine. If you want to ask them using your beautiful voice, just raise a hand before you do that. Angela Campo, we're going to begin with him. And then we will be following the order of people who raise their hands. Pablo, please go ahead. Welcome. You can now make use of the floor. Pablo? All right. Is it still good morning or good afternoon? Very well. Just very quickly, it is a great pleasure to meet everyone here, even if virtually. I cannot see my face, but well, okay. There I am. Hi, everyone. Here we are from our clandestine spot. As Alvaro has said, we have been demonstrating for 7 years now in different places of the city. We're also presenting to the Ministry of Citizen Safety different procedures, which are very long and tedious. There's a lot of red tape there. Pablo, just 1 second. Could you turn off your camera because your audio is getting choppy to us? Is that better? Yes. So being in this fight is not just because we want to get high. We're not trying to impose a lifestyle or just trying to be in a fixed spot. We just wanted to create a new place, a new space of cultural expression, citizen participation, something that was more honest, more real, a popular movement made by the people and for the people. So our question is, what is it the other people who are not here do? Because people who are not here, they cannot defend themselves, right? That's why people need to have a voice. There are many people who are in different spheres, the media, wherever, and they do not mention of the popular expressions, the popular outburst of what is necessary to defend cannabis users. There's the therapeutical defense, but there's also other uses. And the legislators have been avoiding the legislation of recreational use. We didn't either ask for commercial uses of marijuana. The only thing that we wanted was for public officials to stop chasing after us and persecuting us. And that is why we demonstrate. That is the only thing we want, to be left alone, to left in peace, so that the collectives, the people, women, especially as you have heard them, women who have more of a need of protection and defense, that's all we want. Let us hope that what we're doing today, our grandchildren will enjoy. 100 years of a prohibition, of persecution, of violence, of criminalization, of stigmatization, it has to end. In this country and in Latin America, this war against drugs has had a very high cost, a very important toll. In the demonstration of 420, which was a large one, and the police was there ready with all of their weapons to repress the few of us cannabis users who were there. But we have never exerted violence. We don't destroy public spaces. The only thing that we want is for respect, civism, many things that have been lost. So the question is, what is it that you do aside from creating things in the media? I believe that we need to go and ask the people who are in this media, in this environment, they have been attacked, stigmatized, and repressed by the government. They need to have a singing voice here, because we don't want to be considered pathological beings. We are not criminals. We are not sick people. We're just users who are very much aware of their usage. That's how we would summarize the things that we live on. Thank you, Pablo. There's a link on the chat of what the Three Spaces project is doing. They are working directly with the community, so I invite you to take a look at what they do. There's also the group of the Cannabis Feminist link there that you can check. You will find some valuable information, no doubt. So plenty of things are being done. This project is another of that is adding to the other proposals. Now we're going to pass the floor to Claudia. We're going to be alternating somebody on the chat, somebody using the microphone. So Claudia, please. Lorena Paredes. Thank you, Pablo. Lorena Paredes says she would like to ask the Sisters of the Network, how could other people join in? And could you please share your social media? How can we get in touch with you?
Pues, no sé si estén las otras por acá todavía, creo que sí.
I don't know.
Pero, pues, no hemos tenido conversatorios en vivo por tema del COVID, pero, pues, nos puede escribir por inbox para revisarlo. En Facebook estamos como Mujeres Forjando. En Instagram también como Mujeres Forjando. Y pues, nosotros estamos como muy felices de que se puedan integrar. Ahorita somos más de 50 mujeres, en las cuales hay profesionistas, estudiantes, madres canábicas, artistas, muchísimos artistas. Entonces, pues, si nos escribes por ahí, Lore, pues ya vemos qué onda, y si te quieres integrar, pues bienvenida. Estamos como muy felices de poder pues participar y que pues tu interés esté ahí.
And we thank you for showing an interest. Thank you, Stefania. Now, Homero, please. Yes, I read on the chat that there was a question about a breakdown of statistical data of marijuana consumption. So what I wanted to answer to this person is that this is a survey that is financed by the Ministry of Health in Mexico, along with the National Commission Against Addictions. And since it is a survey, it is done outside the census period, because a census is taken every 10 years, but this survey is not done on those terms. There is a survey on alcohol, drug consumption 2003, 2008 to 2011, 2016, 2017. How is the breakdown of this statistics? It is at the country level, at the state level, but there's also at the regional level. And within you also find a breakdown between the total population, and there's a segmentation of female and male consumption. There are also some charts, some reports, searches you can do according to certain parameters like age ranges from 12 to 65 years old, for instance. And there are 3 age ranges from 12 to 16, from 18 to 34, and then from 35 to 65. Broadly speaking, this is how the information is presented of the survey. And somebody has shared it on the chat. If you look at the chat, you'll see how to access the surveys. They are publicly available. You can download them from the web. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Homero. I don't think that we have any other questions on the chat, Claudia, do we? Pablo Garcia is asking, what is the stand of all of the collectives and groups regarding the regularization? Would any one of the collectives like to share an answer? Hello, can you hear me? Please, Pablo. Pablo Alfo. Well, the positioning, the stand is one of awareness, since the regulation is meant to prohibit and criminalize. And it's twice a prohibition, because if you are arrested with more than 28 grams, the penalty is twice as hard as it used to be. So this is something that is being pushed by the companies who are about to get into Mexico to open a market for that. So it is not only defending the use, but it's defending our trade, our economy, our people, so that we are no further exploited in this field as well as in others. I would like to say that amongst the people who work in Iztapalapa, ever since we started working with them, we've been working with them for 3 years, there's always the expectation of there will be a regulation process, but it is also interesting to see that there's a lack of trust towards the process. And beyond that, I remember young people saying that the change has to come from the grassroots, because even if the regulation changes, and this is something that we have discussed with all of them a lot, that does not mean that the stigmatization that is so embedded will be solved, the regulation on its own, unless it is accompanied by an awareness campaign to vindicate the figure of users. Nothing is going to change. The perception won't change overnight just by changing the regulation. There's a lot of criminalization, stigmatization, especially against women, because there's a gender role expectation that is violated by them, and society makes them pay dearly. It is very worrisome for young people when they are questioning those social roles, how they are try to be silent. So this process, what the communities in Iztapalapa are doing, what we're working on, and now what some other people have set up other projects, they are all looking to change the perception, the way of understanding this condition beyond the regulation processes. What is at stake now, something that's been sent to the Comunadora, and something that we don't know if we'll be approved this year or not. Let's hope it will be one day, because the Supreme Court is at least having some openness, but the legislative power wants to drag its feet. The truth is that this is a regulation that has lots of limitations, as Pablo has said. Any progress is good, but definitely there's still a lot of criminalization. And if the changes are just very small or not significant enough, just by increasing the small amount of how much you can carry, so the policemen won't take you, or how much of the bribe they'll be asking for. So that's another way of criminalization. Those changes are not doing nothing to change criminalization. especially because of so many people in jail now for those reasons. So the regulation is still insufficient. The records, everything, it's very complex. So nobody is, the activists, for instance, if they can go buy 50 bottles of whiskeys, nothing happens to them. So why should they notice if they're going to, or record the fact that they're buying marijuana? Well, that's because of the same problem. So I believe that this is something that's still very problematic, but the thing is that during this administration, during this period, nothing is going to move forward. Thank you, Angela. We now pass the floor to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, would you please present your question? I'm coming. Hello, can you hear me? I thought it was very interesting to see how the presentations present lots of images, lots of pictures. So I wanted to ask all of the people in the teams, how are you experiencing what you see with those pictures? What is the importance of those images? Because obviously this is an artistic discussion, and this is where the narratives are attacked the hardest. So what is the role of the visual? So why don't we start with Homero? Let's start with Homero. So the question, if I am understanding it correctly, is how much weight are we giving to images? Okay. Well, in my case, I use diverse images, and I was able to look at some of the web, some other belong to collectives. And of course, the impact of an image is enormous, but it all depends on what you want to convey, what you want to analyze. In my case, I'm opening the field to analyze different urban art expressions, not only the visual ones, like the use of stencil art or the use of graffiti, but also, as the person from UACM showed, the urban artistic expressions that I call popular ones. Obviously, this term can be debated, but anyway, they have different expressions. In the definition lies the complexity. To what an extent, starting from where will you include the expressions, and how do you consider them to be anti-hegemonic, transgressive? To what an extent do they represent a different narrative, an alternative narrative? That is complex because it is very diverse, but the visual perspective obviously is where it becomes more evident. And I believe that, for instance, in my case, since I care a lot about the use of stencil art, it is because in certain movements, and I think Pablo also said this, the artists, not only can they express their vision or their support to the consumption of marijuana, but also they are added to another type of support, to other movements, to other vindications. So to do this type of fragmentation of artists who only refer to marijuana, it's complicated because the perspectives are very varied, very broad, but undoubtedly from a visual perspective, there's an enormous weight that is given to them because you don't need a lot of explanation. The image is there and speaks for itself. And I think that in my case, I will, of course, be focusing a lot on the use of stencil art. Thank you. Thank you, Homero. Angela. Thank you, Aaron. I was going to tell the person who's here, Donatiu Martinez, to also speak, because for the project, all of the visual dimension is paramount, not only because if we are looking at all of the interventions in the space, is that description to make it visual is paramount. So part of the work that we have done during these last 3 years out in the field in Iztapalapa is to collect this very broad visual expression of the street art that is being produced, and of how there's a performance of the users, because there is a way in which they present their bodies, they do a very careful expression of how marijuana is used by them. So I think that Donatiu is going to speak about this, but what the young people are doing is that they're taking advantage of all of the audiovisual digital tools to become visible, to denounce, to vindicate, to go against police brutality in the networks. So this visual aspect is fundamental, as the sisters of the feminism, cannabis feminism movement have shown. The images speak louder than words. I remember a picture that I took in one of the marches a few years ago of a girl who was with a stroller and a baby, and a sign said, "I'm a decent person, I pay my taxes, stop persecuting me." And being able to capture those moments are important. It is a way in which to construct the counter narratives, starting from the images, starting from what is expressed with words or without words, by just the use of images, by the show of a body. I remember the person from UACM spoke about Lázaro Cárdenas. I remember that in one of the 420 that took place there, women were painting their full bodies, using their bodies as canvases. That's very powerful. And this is something that could help us construct the narratives, the counter narratives that are very visual. That's a lot of the artistic expressions that we'll be having. And so I would like Donatiu to speak about this, because Donatiu, let me say that part of the methodologies of our work, he has experience with previous works of marijuana users in Mexico. He's been very much involved in collaborations. Donatiu started as an informant, but now he's part of the team. So since he's part of the team, he is also involved in this exercise of the audiovisual records, because that's what his passion. Hi, everyone. Yes, as Angela has said, that is what I do. I'm a photographer, a graphic designer, and that's what I do. I try to interact with all of the young people in the eastern part of the city, El Oriente. So to answer the question, audiovisual production, especially pictures, have been extremely useful. And even though in the beginning I didn't think it was that important, it has helped us create an identity for El Oriente as artists, as consumers. And it's a way in which we can let people know that with each act, with each art expression, we become part of the history. We're not lying, we're not convincing, we're just reflecting what is happening. So that's it. Very interesting, everything that you have said already. Thank you. Thank you, Donatiu. We now will listen to the network of women and then Alvaro. And with this, we conclude with this question, and then we will go to the written question, and then we will go to the hands up in raised, the women's network, please. Thank you. To continue with what has been said, the images that we have regarding the organization, regarding the takeover of public spaces, that is the evidence that we exist, even though in the cannabis world, in the feminist world, we are both excluded from both because of mutually excludable reasons. So these images speak about that. There's an overlap and intersection with the images. 8M is something that is very representative for the feminist fight. Not long ago, we were working with 420 as well. So we're trying to go to those massive demonstrations to become visible and also to inform the sisters about how there's a possibility of creating alliances, joint work, and as of those representations and the creation of stickers, the photographers, the body paint sisters, and even all of the signs, they become art. They become a creation on its own that can help people identify themselves, to relate to the messages. And people might say, I didn't know that this could exist, that this intersection existed. And so when they see us in those places, there's a connection that happens. And this is how the network was created, with our identification of, and it is important to keep a record of this, because in one way or another, this is what has led us to this moment, to this experience, something that is unique, something that we had not experienced before. The cannabis contingents during that march was a watershed for us to mark the evidence of this fight. Monse. Yes, I believe that it is very important for us to see how the production of an identity is found in the symbols, how they're vindicated, how they're being transformed. From the perspective of the network, we have seen that the production has grown, and the discourse with the mottos, the slogans, how we position the identity, and how it is strengthened, not only at the local level, but also we see this in social media, where there are larger communities being created around this. So I do believe that, we all believe that this is a wonderful opportunity to provide visibility to the language that is being constructed to create a stand, a positioning of this political demand, that we are acknowledged as users and feminists, and to make those narratives and construction, aesthetic constructions visible. I believe that's all important, because usually when we go to the more controversial spaces, that's how they're represented. But how other spaces of women are perceived as safer spaces for being, for creating all types of relationship dynamics, well, that is something that is also documented, the feeling of the women who are in those spaces. Thank you. Thank you, Monse. Colectiva, Pablo, very briefly, please. I know this question is essential, but time, we're against the clock here. Thank you, Aaron, once again. I just wanted to contribute to what was being said about the regulation and the role of images, in the presentations, Pablo. One second, my battery is running out. I'm plugging. Can you hear me? Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, I lost the question. I thought we were still speaking about the regulation. No, the role of images in the presentation. Could you speak about that? Could you speak about what happened with the sculpture, the mache paper sculpture? The alebrije, which is a Mexican handcraft. It was a plastic community work that was done with all of the people who visit us, people who had this desire to cooperate, in which it was stolen during a police operative in the wee hours of the morning. We wanted to represent a cannabis statue for a contest or for recreational field or whatever, to make this pictorial visibility effort. We create our own banners. We have our own artistic methods, ephemeral art that we call it, graffiti. We don't create invasive art or something that is damaging for the environment. We are careful with that. It's just a way in which we are trying to express our creativity. So that's basically it. Thank you, Pablo. Now, Claudia. And then one more question for Luz. I think it'll be in English.
We have a question from Canada. The last thing known about Mexico and the recent efforts of legalization is about the disagreement that exists between the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies. So Russell is asking, how much do we think that, this question is for whomever wants to answer it. So how much does the stigma versus the possibility of business play in the politician's point of view, especially taking into consideration legalization in Canada and in 17 US states? Any of the speakers who would like to answer that? Anybody else would like to say something? I think that, this is about how Mexicans are living the stigma and what its influence is. So perhaps somebody from the collectives or from Angela's group would like to respond. The question is in English in the chat. Yes, I did see it, Aaron. We talked a little bit about this. 2018, 2019, 2020. So it's been over 2 years that we've been waiting for a regularization process that has just been lengthened indefinitely. And this dispute between the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate, well, what this tells us is that there's no interest in this progressing, because we have the same political force dominating both chambers. So even though this party controls both chambers, there hasn't been a legislative process, which proves that there's no real interest in this process. Sara Snap, an activist, said earlier in an event organized by the UNAM University and with the College of Mexico, they said, well, this party has a majority in both chambers. So having this disagreement between the chambers just shows us that there's no real interest in passing this legislation. And we are in an electoral campaign right now. We'll have elections very soon, as you'll know. And although support for regulation of marijuana has increased, it's still in the boundary. It's still split almost 50-50. So there's a limit to what can be done, and we'll see what happens in the ballot soon. But what we are perceiving really is a lack of coordination with a political force that has a majority in both chambers. And in my perspective, this just proves us that there's a lack of real interest. Could I say something? Of course, Roberto. I think it's important to remind the people from abroad looking in that Mexico is still a very conservative Catholic country, and our politics reflects this. So now in large cities and in the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies, we have these progressive tendencies that are not necessarily liberal, they're progressive. And they're trying to change this traditionalism in Mexican politics. So when you look at it that way, the country's overall ideology is preventing reaching a consensus in the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate. Thank you, Roberto. Now, Melissa, go ahead. And let's try to keep it brief so that we can stay on the schedule. My question is about the women from the collective of women making joints. I've been following you for some time, and I agree with what Roberto said. I'm with Chimalhuacan, and although there are all these movements about raising awareness of marijuana use in Iztapalapa, I think that these are still topics that are not really addressed because there's a political trend. And these political trends mean that there's repression for feminist women, and second, because of being cannabis activists. So my question is, what could be the political position, or how could we generate some change in the municipality? Fortunately, I know a lot of artists that live here, people who make movies, who are interested in creating something, but of course, there are these political barriers always. And yeah, the struggle is very different here, and I like that most of the speakers do have this idea of decentralizing the cannabis fight. Thank you. Who would like to respond? Hello. Well, we have some collectives that we work with in Chimalhuacan and Texcoco, San Vicente, although as you well said, there are political barriers, and you know, it's really a different environment. It's very hostile. Us as collectives, well, we have taken certain spaces where youths gather, but we have also searched for spaces at the Cultural Center, Bicentenario, where we open the space as a collective so that the neighborhood or whomever can go there and take that space and express themselves. But since it's an institution, we are very limited in what we can do. What we do is we invite people, and then people can transgress there. They can use a microphone, they can give their message. It's an exercise in freedom of speech, a peaceful exercise. So I invite you, and I invite everybody here to go to Chimalhuacan, Texcoco, if you're in these neighborhoods. These are very interesting places. Thank you, Tonatiu. Now, Marty, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. What a great, wonderful way to start the three-day meeting with these presentations. So I have three questions that if we don't have a chance to get them answered today, maybe throughout the discussion, the next 3 days, they might come up. So the first one is about, and this is for all the presenters, is there an example of an artist or an art exhibit or an art piece that actually uses pieces of the cannabis plant in the art itself, not just imagery, but like grinding up the leaves and making it into paint or something, like using it in paper mache? So that's one question. The second question is, in the United States, we deal with discrimination like every other country. And so I'm wondering, in any of the interactions that you've had with youth groups or community groups during your cannabis arts-based kind of research, is there a tension where maybe indigenous people from Mexico are excluded from some of these activities and conversations? So I'm just wondering if there's any kind of internal tension that you have to deal with. And then lastly, for the cannabis, the feminism movement presentation, I really appreciate the approach you're taking. And there's no doubt a lens of critical feminism could be applied to every presentation and every issue, and it's really valuable. But could you elaborate, what do you imagine might be your contribution along theoretical lines to cannabis feminism with your work? Thanks, everybody.
Gracias, Marty. Creo que esto nos va a dar para mucho, pero vamos a tratar de.
Thank you, Marty. I think there's a lot there, but we're going to try to respond. Does any of the speakers would like to talk about an artist who has used the cannabis plant directly in their art? Maybe they grinded the plant or something. Does anybody know? Well, I just want to mention that as part of the Tri-Spaces project, when the first term was due for the regulation, for the legislation, as Supreme Court had established, well, we organized an event at the Faro in the Iztapalapa borough. It was called Towards Cannabis Regulation. I think that was the title. And we did have a gallery where there was a lot of art displayed, and some young people did create some interventions that were part of the exhibit by using marijuana leaves. And there was a lot there. We have an audiovisual record thanks to Tona. He recorded the entire exhibition. So we do have that material. And there was a huge variety of things there. And it was an open call for artists. And Tona just shared a video link on YouTube where you'll be able to see the exhibit. But yeah, there were interventions there within the gallery. We had some very material things related to the plant. Angela, you've done field work, obviously, and can you talk about this tension that Marty mentioned in terms of indigenous people and their participation? Well, really, in the work that we have done in Iztapalapa, we really haven't openly found indigenous communities there. There are a lot of young people, men and women, who do have indigenous heritage and they honor that. They have workshops and they want to link their cannabis consumption with the use of, for example, indigenous languages. And they want to generate all these bridges. But as such, in the sense that, like how Marty said it, no, we have not. Now, it's regrettable that Carlos Zamudio is not in the meeting anymore because he could have talked about this, not about marijuana, but how it relates to other ancestral consumptions in Mexico and certain regions in the country, and the whole fight so that these other substances are not criminalized, because there are a lot of substances here, hallucinogens, psychedelic substances, and there's been a huge struggle by the indigenous population so that these practices are not criminalized. So, this is a broader discussion that we could have. We should broaden our gaze, because here in Mexico City and the work that we do in Iztapalapa, we do not have that. We would need to broaden the scope to the entire country and areas of consumption of these other substances like the state of Oaxaca or Guerrero. Thank you. I don't know if the Women's Collective would like to answer Marty's question. I don't know if you got to hear it. Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I was just curious for my own information and maybe for information of other participants, what contribution along theoretical lines in the area of cannabis feminism might the authors and the presenters create or present with their final chapter in this project?
You mean like the contributions that we do in the women's movement to the chapter in the book, or could you be a little bit more specific? Okay,
sure.
Right.
And maybe I'm making a big assumption here, but with the feminist approach to their topic, I was wondering within the field of feminist theory, what contributions specifically do they imagine they might make with this very innovative work that they're doing?
Well, especially discussing this feminism in cannabis that had not been addressed before, right? We have people with great careers in the movement and they've taken a public stance, but there's not a lot being actually written down about it to see what the intersection is and why it makes sense to talk about cannabis feminism and how it is built, what the principles are. So yeah, we do think it's very relevant in that regard. And obviously raising awareness of the experience of these users and raising awareness of how we are oppressed as women, but also because of prohibition. So, being able to name that, to point at it, to generate political resistance, to get organized and create a new language, a new aesthetic I think that is a contribution that we can give or that we are trying to do from our network. And we also see that elsewhere, how people are getting organized to do the same thing. Thank you, Montserrat. Now, Claudia has the floor. There's a couple questions in the chat, and then we will close with Rebecca, Karina, so that we can continue with the talks. Go ahead, Karina. So the next question that we have in the chat is from Nancy Perla, and she's asking if you have considered older women in your cannabis studies, because they are also users and perhaps the ones who need it the most. So anybody can respond to that. I'd like to contribute here. So my idea and Marty's idea is to goes to the chapters of the book is about that. So Nancy, if you know about any collective who is working with older people that is related to the stigma and the arts, well, we are open. You can write to us. Our information will be made available in the chat so that you can contribute to this project and we can include this perspective as part of the research and part of the book that we want to make. Homero Mendoza asked if there are ways to contact the urban artists that are being discussed. Yeah, I guess that at the end of the event, like outside of the work group that is writing the book, we'll be able to talk more with Angela and with other groups that have participated, and then we can exchange contact information and just broaden the entire network. Pablo Garcia asked if there is any collective in Nezahualcóyotl city next to the east. Antonio, Angela, any information? Well, my collective, Encuentro Marihuana Oriente, is there, but something specifically located in Nezahualcóyotl city, well, there are some groups of cyclists, but there's not a direct link with a cannabis collective there per se, but there is a community there that we can reach out to. Rebecca, go ahead. You had a question? Yes. I wanted to talk about the regulation. And a gender perspective has not been part of the regulation at all. There's a stigma. And what has been proposed has to be with perpetrating the stigma, and especially stigmatizing women who are mothers. But related to this, I would like to ask my colleagues, how is the gender perspective included in your work? Thank you. Angela, would you like to say something? Thank you, Rebecca, for the question. So in general, when we talk about the topic about cannabis consumption, there's not a lot of focus about what happens to women and women users. When we started field work in Iztapalapa, it was very clear to us that we had to make a difference and not just take everything as a homogeneous group of men and women. No, we needed to understand the differences, how they exist in the space and the different risks that they're exposed to. So for instance, the relationship with police women, we always try to differentiate what happens with women and what happens with men. And again, what are the different risks? Because they are exposed to different violences. It's not the same. They're not under the same conditions. It's not the same also when they go in mixed groups and so on. But as you mentioned in the chat, there's also this whole idea of, you know, if I'm a user, then there's this idea that my sexuality is a lot more open. just because I'm a user, right? There's this prejudice. And then there's a necessity that these users have to set limits, right? Like it's one thing that I smoke marijuana and another thing that my body is at the disposal of the men. So part of what we're doing with our field study is precisely to be able to write something about this. As I said, this is an ongoing process, is work that we're doing right now. And we have faced difficulties, and it's been easier for us to get interviews from men than from women, actually, which is another way to perceive this methodological difficulty, because the women are more resistant to that. And we've also noticed that Antona, David, and Lore will be able to talk about that on their lecture on Thursday. And the fact is that this is a very male space. So say out of 90 people there, 70 would be men and 20 would be women. So this really tells us who is occupying these spaces. They tend to be more masculine spaces. But it's also interesting that there's very strong female activism within these masculine spaces. Irene, for example, she's an amazing woman and she exists in this very masculine space, but she takes a microphone and she's trying to get this respect and to get her own place so that she can be there and speak her mind. So we are seeing very interesting processes there where, yes, women tend not to be alone. They tend to be in groups among each other, or they go with their partner. So there is a different way in which they present themselves and they exist in these spaces. And obviously, this is a very important element of study for our team. And we hope we can contribute to this discussion. And like Araron said, well, this can also go together with what other groups are trying to do. Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you, Claudia, for moderating this panel. Let's go to the next panel directly. Deborah will present it. There are no breaks. And so, Deborah, are you ready to present? You can present Tlaloc and then the rest. Oh, one thing for the speakers. Before you get started, please, in the bottom right corner of your screen, please deactivate the interpretation option so that there's no problem with the audio, okay? Thank you. Okay, media.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second panel of the counter-narratives of marijuana, the role of visual artistic studies in combating stigma. I'm Deborah Fortuna, and I'm going to be the moderator of this panel. I'll start by introducing the speakers, and then I will be passing the floor to them so that we can expedite the time. First of all, Zamora, who studied humanities and social sciences at the Tecnológico Monterrey at Morelia faculty. He's also studied philosophy at the Michoacana University of San Nicolás Hidalgo. Currently, he's a full-time professor of social studies at the University of Wellbeing Benito Juárez Garcia that is taught in Sonora, Mexico. So Tlaloc, let's go straight to your presentation. And don't forget that if you have any questions, you can place them on the chat as they appear. Thank you, Deborah. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I will start sharing my screen. Can you see my presentation now? Yes, Lala, we can. Thank you. I'll start. Let us go straight to the point. The presentation that I will be sharing is called Some Thoughts About the Figure of Marijuana and the 20th Century in Mexico, marijuana users. I've also included some tips, some ideas of what's happening in the current century, in the first 2 decades. The Pacheco Manifesto, point 11 says, Pacheco's weed, marijuana users love so much that we are tired that the state, the media, and reactionary institutions still use weed as a symbol of oppression based on false conception on it. We reject their ignorance, anti-collective tactics, the tyranny of the medical, legal, and jail system to keep the users passive and anonymous. I wanted to start with this quote from the marijuana user manifesto because it is very significant of the counter narrative, but it is also connected to the matter of defending the figure of the user. So it's not only that we're against stigmatization, but also that is included in what Juan Carlos Garcia Mañezo calls the honor of being a weed user. So having said this, let us begin. The idea of stigmatization. Well, first of all, stigmatization, pathologization came afterwards during the first years of the 20th century, but this idea of stigma for cannabis users in the Mexican history started in the 19th century. We can speak of a history that was born with the arrival of cáñamo, with the Spaniards, and we'll have to research the role of the African population in introduction of cannabis in Mexico. But anyway, we know that in the 19th century, there were some reports, newspaper reports, in which the marijuana consumer figure was related with criminals and mental retards. So I go back to this point of Mexican history because, as Isaac Campos, the historian, has said in his book of Homeroom, in the history of marijuana in Mexico, there was no scientific, medical, legal, journalistic report or the witness of users that would oppose those discourse. So this is a situation that started changing in the 20th century. In the 20th century, some people started to defend the use, some figures that started to stand up against this stigmatization that, as we have mentioned, was started in the 19th century in this country. Starting from the idea that this stigmatization, which is a very old, it goes beyond the prohibition policies because it started with a moral punitive nature, but then it became a legal one. The stigma is quite a drag for us to have a new understanding, not only of the people, the users, but also it is very hindersome to create a policy that goes the prohibits policy that we have now. So in the sense, the objective is to contribute to the reconfiguration of the figure of marijuana users beyond pathology or criminalization discourses, this distinction of the users and non-users identified as sick people, criminals, or degenerates, any of those ideas that have been present in the social collective mind. So the idea is a study that we could call representative. We want to rescue some ideas, some personalities, some types of consumption and consumers that historically have a question stigma against marijuana users. For this historical review, I'll recover some points of Mexican history, but this is just a representative study. The first point that I would like to analyze in this story, the history, is the revolution and the first years after the Mexican Revolution. A first element to identify is the continuous use by all the revolutionary fighters. Marijuana was very common, was present during most of the Mexican Revolution, regardless of the negative consumption that people had in the 19th century. Nevertheless, in spite of the fact that consumption was very common amongst the revolutionary soldiers, history would consider them as traitors, like Victoriano Huerta, who was an open consumer, and since he is considered a villain in the Mexican history, this is something that also affected the stigmatization of marijuana. That is why I brought the idea of Victoriano Huerta as the infamous marijuana user. There are some other weed users that were not so famous, but are also present in the history, and they are trying to face the criminal marijuanos, as people would see them. After the end of the revolution, the 1917 Constitution started, the process of its creation started, and there were some attempts during the revolutionary period of being able to forbid or ban the use of drugs. It was during the Constitution Congress that's when it became illegal. So it was not only something that was reproachable from a moral perspective, now there were legal consequences, the eugenics of the 20th century. So the legal prohibition in Mexico started with those ideas that it was important not only to ban consumption and production of cannabis, but also of any other altering substance, because this was something that created degeneration of the race and would make it very difficult for people to have social hygiene. The concept of social hygiene is social control, how bodies are controlled, how citizens are controlled at all times. Why? Because it was important to have societies that were free of addictions, free of, like in this case, of marijuana consumption. During the first years after the revolution, especially during the 1920s, there was also a elitist prohibition, elitist feature in the prohibition. And I would like to speak of a case that is related to this idea. There's a research that is done by, let me see who's the name of the journalist, Fernando Ramírez de Aguilar. He wrote a newspaper article in the 20s about the cannabis club consumptions in Mexico City, those clubs that were especially, that were visited by high class inhabitants. And this is something that went against a fact that he witnessed. Fernando Ramirez, the journalist, he witnessed somebody was beaten by the army to a consumer. So this is not only, this is an example of how on the one hand, marijuana users could have clubs if they were rich, but if they were poor, they were criminalized and they were beaten. So marijuana has always had a classist nature. There's an idea that started in the 19th century, but it continued. And so marijuana consumers are considered to be criminals, murderers, etc. There's also a lot of moral reproach that is given to people who use. Diego Rivera, for instance, the muralist, even though they have these ideas that marijuana was a pre-Hispanic plant, that's not something real, we can also identify how much influence marijuana consumption had in some of the muralists and how the muralists also helped create the collective minds after the revolution. So the consumption of marijuana is something that is constant in the Mexican culture, regardless of whether this appearance has been direct or indirect. So those are some of the examples of the revolution and after the revolution. Then we go to what we call the Salazar-Viniegas sensible stem. We, in one of the presentations, heard the policy during the Lázaro Cárdenas government during his last years in power. And behind the prohibition, there were the ideas of Salazar-Viniegas. In this stand, which was very progressive, we could also found that in the medical world, there were certain negative attitudes toward marijuana, like Dr. Onetos, who Salazar-Viniegas debated during the 30s and the 40s. They debated the idea of whether it was good or bad, or what was the nature of the consumption of marijuana. And by the way, Oneto defended using conclusions that he already had before. He didn't really research the consumption of marijuana. And as a matter of fact, whatever he attempted to use as a study was done by the use of seeds and leaves that are not psychoactive parts of the plant. So in this sense, his stand was only based on his own bias and prejudice as a doctor, the one that Mexican society had so widely accepted. So his conclusions were exaggerated, shallow, unlike Salazar Viniegra, who did a serious research. He worked with the Castañeda Psychiatric Hospital. He documented many cases, the cases of people who were interned because their mental problems, psychiatric problems, had to do with marijuana consumption. So Salazar Viniegra, using those studies, he concluded, ironically, saying that the toad was more dangerous than cannabis. Zapote Prieto, he called it. The case of Salazar Viniegra, and also related to the Salazar Viniegra case, we should mention another case of the French journalist. This woman came to write a story regarding the psychiatric Castañeda Hospital. She learned about people who were there because of marijuana consumption, cannabis consumption. Dr. Salazar Viniegra shared his experiences with her. She took some pictures. She apparently agrees with what the doctor has explained. But finally, when she publishes her article, be it because of sales reason or because of her editors tampering with, her paper spoke about a pathologization of marijuana users. So she was a witness that people who were interned at the psychiatric hospital were not there because of cannabis consumption, but still she reproduced the same stigmatic story. That is how those two visions have always been presented and confronted. But there's the debate of those two doctors that took throughout 2 decades during the last century. That's what was left afterwards. Now let's go to this part of the presentation that's called the second part of the 20th century, the change and continuation of stigma, because here we see that there is an opposite position to the prejudice, the moral prejudice, legal medical prejudice that had started in the 19th century. In spite of the fact that this type of discourse still exists, now in a clearer way, there is a counter position that to present users not as sick people or criminals. So the stigma continues, but at least there's a resistance that is beginning against that. The second point here is that there are 2 titles of 2 movies, The Green Monster and We the Poor, movies from the 1940s and the 60s. And in the Green Monster movie, which is a remake of an American movie, one that was a propaganda movie against marijuana, what we can identify is that the marijuana users are depicted as crazy people or sick people. And there's the famous Mexican movie called Nosotros Pobres. The villain, Don Pilar, he is an open consumer of marijuana. He's a killer, and he kills when he is under the influence. So we can see that there's a continuity of this discourse in 2 cultural products that have an influence in the collective minds of people regarding marijuana consumption. Then I also told you about famous marijuana users, and in this case, let us say that their fame was not due to marijuana consumption, but because of some other reasons. But these personalities, they oppose the idea of marijuana users as social outcasts, degenerate, sick perverts. So amongst famous marijuana users, we can find artists and writers such as Adalberto Martínez Resortes, Valdés, Titán, Ramón Valdés, Rita Macedo, Agustín Lara, the composer, Efraín Huerta, José Revueltas, or García Márquez, the writer. So we can identify that those writers, those characters, as we have mentioned, they are not famous because they were consumers, but because of their art or their contributions. And let us rescue their positioning, which is something that opposed the stigma that started in the 19th century. In this case, it is also important to mention that in the 1960s, there was a change in the perception of cannabis users, not because the official social moral discourses changed, but because there was a massive consumption that started not only in Mexico, but around the world. So this massive consumption that started in the 60s became a rite of passage in most of Western societies, not only in Mexico, but also in some other parts around the world. And during this time, the ritual uses of marijuana were recorded. Indigenous groups used marijuana, have been using cannabis historically. So in his understanding of life, they couldn't understand that the plant that to them was sacred and they had been used for centuries could be considered as the villain of the government. So we see a contradiction, how those cultures couldn't understand the criminalization because they had been using marijuana for centuries. It was a sacred plant to them, and they couldn't understand why there was such a strong persecution against marijuana. By the way, you only have 5 minutes left. Thank you. In literature, the pre-American Mexican literature of 1960s, those literary texts could be used as sources against stigmatization. So from cultural products, people, users could have access to other types of versions that was not shared by the mainstream. And the Pacheco Manifesto in the 1980s is also related to cannabis pride, and the Manifesto for the Legalization of Marijuana in 1996 by the group of intellectuals and activists, people who defended human rights, and so as to demand a change in the policies related to marijuana use. So we see that those discourses became stronger with the passing of time. In the 21st century, there's a lot of activism and the organization of consumers and non-consumers, and in this sense, we can mention the collectives, the people who have been sharing their presentations here. They are included here. The willingness to document activism and organization of consumers and non-consumers to face the stigma still remains in Mexican society for the consumption of cannabis. And finally, the idea that is related to activism and organization, the marijuana zealotness perhaps might not compare in numbers the faith people have in the Virgin, but we have as many users as there are people who believe in the Virgin. So this is something that has to be mentioned in how the configurations has happened. Now, the conclusions, just very quickly. The first conclusion is that the psychoactive riddle, the situation, the relationship between substances that has nothing to do with a simple relationship with dosage, subject, and substance. There are other social, cultural elements that are around consumption. So pathologization, stigmatization of marijuana consumers, I believe, is closely related to problematic users. The problematic users are problematic because they have personalized the negative ideas around marijuana. We can also conclude that historical process of marijuana uses has always existed in all social strata in Mexico. It's been a cultural element that's very relevant for history, like in the revolution or the muralist movement, as I mentioned. And behind decriminalization, there's also classism, snobism, elitism, and even though, well, it goes beyond just legal or medical bias, there's also discrimination that has to do with economic reasons. There's the presence of marijuana that has been constant. The presence of those two discourses has also been present, like the debate between the two doctors I mentioned. The massive use, as I mentioned, has helped in reconfigure the figure of marijuana users. And finally, it's important to say that the creation, the recreation of the dissemination of the good cannabis culture is important. And this event is doing precisely that. We, people who care about this matter, we can express before by Angela Vaca regarding the process of regularization and the stigma of the criminalization. In my perspective, it seems to me that part of the lack of political willingness that exists in the Chamber of Representatives or the Senate to approve a regularization that honors what is established by the Supreme Court is related to this. It's related to the fact that in the social collective minds of people, the consumption of marijuana and consumers who consume cannabis are always related to this idea of moral, criminal stigmatization or pathologization, or their understanding as sick people or criminals. And with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, then I will now introduce the next presenters, Jaime Andres Vinasco Vargo, who is a nurse. He studied at the Tokyo University, has a master in culture in the Caldas University. He has a master's 2 degree at Paris, the Eclate University. He has a social degree studies of regional specialization in the Colegio de Frontera Norte, and he did an internship at the Autonomous Barcelona University and a postdoctoral stay at the Applied Psychology and Cognitive Studies University of the Josep Pere Foundation in Barcelona. He's chairman of the Conciencia Viva Foundation, and he is also working at the Faculty of Caldas, Colombia. And Alberto Hernandez Andes, who is a sociologist. He studied at the Complutense University in Madrid, member of the National Research Center, Red Court Level 3. He is also working at Colegio Frontera Norte, and he's currently the chairman of the institution. He was associated researcher of the border programs in Mexico, and he's been a visitor researcher at the UCSD and the University Ortega Gasset Institute. He's also been a teacher at Colombia and Spain universities, and his research spins around the studies of borders, migration, and cultural processes. So we pass the floor to Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we don't have a lot of time. Well, we took that into account, and it's my turn to begin. So I will be fair with my time. First, well, I want to share my presentation. This has been work with Jaime Andres and his interest in his doctoral thesis and the work that he now does every day. So first of all, I want to talk about the space in which we visualize this work, the Mexico-US border, particularly the Tijuana-San Diego region. That is the work of this project. And I want to put into context the complexity of this border. This might be the most dynamic border in the world, almost 2,000 miles long. And Tijuana is one of the most important border cities in Mexico and one of the largest. And according to the census data that I just got recently, it's also the largest municipality in the country in terms of population. And of course, there's this trans-border dynamism and this exchange between cultures. And of course, we can't forget to mention that Tijuana is considered one of the most violent cities in the world, at least number one at a national level in terms of homicides, which puts us in a very delicate position in terms of our daily activities. But in historical terms, well, this city has been in the national consciousness and the US consciousness as the city of vice since it was founded in 1883. It was Vice City since its foundation, and at the start of the decade of the 1900s, it was already an important corridor for drug traffickers, mainly towards the north, towards the US. So when it was founded, it already had this stigma, this idea that it was a corridor for drug trafficking and a city of vice. And then after World War II, its reputation as a drug corridor increased. And it became a privileged space also for military personnel who were looking for heroin and other things. And well, this has to do with the perception of cannabis consumption. And in America, the term road to hell was coined when referring to Tijuana. This is the name by which it was known in a lot of historical tales. And communicators in the US use this moniker to refer to the city. And this talks about, the stigma of the city, how a lot of substances, not just other drugs, but also alcohol, how they were interlinked with the life in the city. Like Sodoma and Gomorrah, there's a parallel, and somebody wrote a novel actually. And it's been changing a lot. If you watch The Simpsons, Tijuana is just described as the happiest place on earth. So this is a contradiction, the story, because this reflects the richness of Tijuana, its diversity, and its contrasts. The two worlds, legality and illegality, and pleasure and happiness. And Manu Chao's song, he was here living for about a year in the city, and he reinforced the connection between the city and the cannabis plant. It was a paradise for cannabis consumption. So there's a difference between southbound traffic and northbound traffic. And there's an unregulated market and illegal merchandise. So northbound prescription drugs, herbs, food, illegal drugs, tobacco, alcohol, and towards the south, weapons, clothing, appliances, cleaning supplies, food, electronics, and recently, cannabis from California, replacing cannabis that was brought from other regions. So the legal, the illegal, and the illicit, this has been an important part in the local life of this border town. So there is a strong stigma about the people who consume cannabis. It has been changing, but the stigma remains. And in practice, the use and the traffic of cannabis has been strictly prohibited in Mexico, which only contributes to reinforcing the stigma. The 2006 war on drugs brought severe consequences in terms of the increase in violence and homicide, especially in Tijuana. And now there's violence in the city because of disputes between cartels and the position that it holds in the drug trafficking corridors. This has opened up an interesting perspective. I'm talking about legalization. And it's been controversial in Mexico and in America as well, though there are a few steps ahead. So while in America, it is legal in most states of the union, when America talks about it outside of its borders, it condemns it. And legalization in Mexico is not well perceived, even though it is legal in a lot of the US. And so I want to talk about the border and their relationship with the US. In the US, medical cannabis is legalized in 35 states, and recreational use is 14 states, I think more now. Compared to other states, California has made the longest strides when it comes to legalization, medicinal use, recreational use, and now it's a very important product for the American Union. And in 2021, Mexico approved recreational use, relatively speaking. It's still in its final stage, and we don't know the final regulation. On the Mexican side, Baja California has experienced a shift because of its proximity to California. The perspective is different there. It's legal there and you can buy it easily. But so this has made a difference in Baja California. And finally, I want to give the floor to Jaime. But before that, well, the challenges for the border relate to which model of legalization would work for Mexico. Is it the Uruguayan model or the North American model? What exactly is the model that is best suited for Mexico? And what about the consequences in political, social, and security realms? And there needs to be coordination between the federal, state, and local levels of governments in terms of the new regulations. There are certain implications and challenges for the development of the cannabis industry in Mexico. The pharmaceutical companies and large businesses are starting to dip their toe into this. And Jaime Andres will carry on from here. Thank you so much. Thank you, doctor. Can you stop sharing your screen? And I can do it from here. Great. Just a second, please. Can you hear me and see me? Yes. Okay, then. Well, to continue with what Dr. Alberto was saying, I want to start by talking about how in the 60s and the 70s, and what the research in cannabis was is very different to what is happening today, say in California in terms of research. And right now, consumers, dealers, music, and art put marijuana in an important space of Tijuana society and Mexico in general. And it is largely unrelated to that same scene, but a decade before. So I want to talk about some of the phenomena around cannabis, and especially as they relate to our transborder research. We wanted to analyze the impact of recreational cannabis in California on the Mexican population living on the other side of the border in Mexico. So this is from a perspective of social acceptance or normalization of consumption. So first of all, I want to talk to you about one of the phenomena that is most controversial, and I'm talking about the cannabis tours. This does not require a lot of explanation. These are guided visits that people can get in Tijuana to spend a day in San Diego consuming legal cannabis and seeing the whole industry around the cannabis plant. They start by riding a bus in San Diego in the early morning, and then they'll finish at that same point in the evening. The buses have this aesthetic, as you can see in the image. There are modern home type buses. They have smoke extraction systems, sound systems, screens, and inside they offer hash, edibles, and cannabis joints. Another phenomena that caught our eyes was transporter dealers or cannabis importers. This phenomenon was analyzed, and we discovered that it had a lot of nuance, and it really caught our attention. So much so that it was enough material to make a paper, to write a paper. You can find it under the title Cannabis Commercialization, no, American Cannabis Commercialization in Mexico. So what we talked about in this paper that we wrote was that there are a group of actors that are bringing cannabis from San Diego to Tijuana, and we have classified them into three groups. The first are the cannabis importers by camaraderie. So these are basically consumers that live in Tijuana and they cross the border to buy their own product freely. And sometimes they buy a little bit extra so that they can share that without making a profit with their partners, friends, or other consumers. Their reward is the feeling of camaraderie and friendship, and the substance really plays a secondary role. And just like the other dealers that I will mention, these are people that are in a medium high level of, in terms of their socioeconomic status. And these actors, they live in Tijuana, but they frequently cross the border to study, visit family members, tourism, or go to the cannabis dispensaries. A second group of dealers, we call them importers by self-supply. These are basically the consumers who, in terms of cannabis sales, it allows them to do their own consumption. So sometimes these people consume medicinal cannabis, and the people get involved in these activities so that they can get their own medication, and because of the financial gain that they get from certain transactions that they do in Tijuana. So, they can even show them a catalog of what they have access to in the dispensary and so on. Then a third group, which caught our eye the most, and these are the cannabis importers by business. These are people who are actually making a business in the San Diego-Tijuana border. These are actors and groups of transporter actors who are getting large profits from cannabis sales. We found between $100 and $1,000 per week is what these people earn. They accept also medium and large transactions, even though most of their volume is to friends and acquaintances. And they also, well, they export the marijuana. Now, in terms of music, art, and literature, the entire aesthetic around cannabis, I want to say that the paradigm changes have been reflected also in music and everything. Just to cite an example, I want to talk about 420 and 710. So this is a story where young people would get together at the Louis Pasteur statue to smoke cannabis. And all this symbolism, the code has changed right now. There's also the 710 code, which is an evolution in all levels to what 420 was. By inverting 710, you can read it as oil, which is interpreted as the world of wax and shatter and other cannabis products that are more modern. This entire symbolic impact has been taken to music and song that don't just talk about cannabis and 420, but also about medical extractors, wax pens, and literature and art has also seen this impact. So there are paints, graffiti, and things that are very oily that have to do with the more modern reality of cannabis. The smoke shops are also an important topic in Tijuana. The difference with these smoke shops and in Tijuana and San Diego is that in Tijuana, they don't sell cannabis. The rest is essentially the same. They sell paraphernalia, pipes, bongs, etc. It's almost the same that you can get in San Diego. They're actually cheaper in Tijuana, probably because of taxes and the local Mexican workforce and how it is cheaper. That's why a lot of people prefer to buy their cannabis in San Diego, but their paraphernalia in Tijuana. There's also clandestine baking. And this topic, where we recorded it in two fronts. First, the direct importation of edibles, and the other is a lot of information about cannabis cuisine and baking. So Tijuana locals have learned ways to make edibles. However, many times this is made with raw materials coming from San Diego, but sometimes also with local raw materials, which is allowed because it's hard to tell the quality of the cannabis in edible form. Not the potency, but the quality is. And to close, I would like to conclude by saying that if in spite of all of this that we've shown and all of the paradigm shifts that we've seen in recent years, especially in the last decades, well, the stigma remains. on the Mexican side. Of course, it's been transformed, it's been changed, but it persists. The stigma does. In large measure because, as we have seen, there are a lot of activities that remain deregulated and in gray areas that can become marginalized. So there is social acceptance, but the state is still absent from these areas. Prohibition gave us a stigma that we're all aware of. And then there is medicinal cannabis that also has some stigmas, although they were curbed a little bit. And then in recent years, recreational cannabis made its entrance, and it introduced a different social relationship with cannabis. And this is this new relationship is what we have presented today. And that's it. Perhaps Dr. Alberto would like to say something else. Would you like to add anything? No, we just wanted to place this into our context, a time, and there have been many changes in many different axes. And we talked about music, how there's been a lot of changes, baking. I think it's something truly dynamic, what's happening right now in Tijuana. And this interaction between Tijuana and California really gives it a very unique dynamic in terms of cannabis consumption, particularly in reducing the stigma that has persisted for a long time. So that's it. Thank you for the invitation. Okay, thank you very much. Now I will present Oscar Vadillo Perez, who is studying his doctorate degree with orientation in international relations. He is doing a research about documentary representations of violence in the US-Mexico border. He is a member of the Association for Borderland Studies. And right now he collaborates in the area of continuous education in the CSAN, Center for North American Studies. Oscar, you have the word, the floor.
Hi. Just 1 second, I'm trying to share my full screen. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invite. To me, it is a great honor to be here to share this time. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Martin for having the first of many events in this line of research that is so relevant. And it is such a necessary debate in North America. Congratulations. I am carrying out my PhD studies on the representations of weed at the border. And those representations, they are related to the traffic of certain drugs and how marijuana is represented. So this speech is called The Mexican Weed, the documentary representations of marijuana. So I'll try to stick to the time that I was given. David Alfaro Cinteros, the Mexican painter, used to say that in the 1920s, his colleague and then enemy, Diego Rivera, accused him at the Union of Artists by asking him the next question. Are there means to increase the power of art in painting? So this is where it took place, this discussion where the union met, the Union of Artists, and these two famous painters were debating in this beautiful room of the preparatory school. So are there ways in which we can increase the creative powers of art? Diego Rivera answered by 3 hours explaining the substances that were used by artists. And amongst many of them, marijuana, he concluded, should be consumed constantly by the members of the union because it could help all the artists to reach important heights. The muralist also invited a specialist in the field who supported his perspective by saying, and I quote, Up till now, the only thing that is transcendent or valuable or truly universal that Mexico, our country, has given the world, it's marijuana. But with this, Mexico has given the world everything it needs. So this is what he said, this guest of Diego Rivera during that union meeting. During that time, to the northern party powers, marijuana could help artists, musicians to play longer and in a more creative way. That's where the stigma started to grow in other parts of the border. In the US, Harry Aslinger, the first director of the Federal Narcotics Office, who was very much in favor of prohibition, started a campaign in which he said, there are 100,000 smokers, weed smokers in the US, and most of them are Black people, Hispanic, Filipino, or people from show business. Their satanic creations are the result of the consumption of marijuana. According to Robert Thompson, Aslinger helped popularize the word of marijuana to tie it to racist prejudice people had against Mexico because of migrant reasons. So marijuana became the Mexican weed, the Mexican demon, as Mexican muralists used to believe in, but for positive reasons. Planet Meta has explained this before me, and Luis Astoria has also explained it during the 1930s in different journalist articles. They spoke about this fight between the two doctors, the one who was against and the one who was for cannabis, and they used to include studies from the US in these discussions. The studies were very visionary, like the ones of Oneto Barenghi. They concluded that marijuana kills and harms people. And these are the discussions are present in the press constantly throughout history, very much in line with Harry Aslinger said in his campaign. There is also a movie we can mention when we are studying the film representations of marijuana, a movie that in the 1930s was using a political discourse according to which the dangers of weed could be explained because of racial connections. In the war against drugs, it's a campus in Mexico. They say that in the 1970s, Stroke went to the Congress of Washington's library and found the Reefer Madness movie, a movie from 1936 that documents the alleged dangers of marijuana. Reefer Madness is part of the exploitation genre, movies that were forbidden because of sex or drug reasons. During a time of great censorship, movie makers would try to hide their message in ways like Reefer Madness. So this sensationalist movie depicted what people believe were the real dangers of marijuana consumption. Great participation. And so this is how they depicted the reality in the movies. Now, I would like to speak about why is it important to speak about movie representations in an event like this one? When we want to speak about art and stigma around cannabis, it is important to speak about how we represent things, because representations, especially these subjects, are important. A lot of the things we understand about reality is something that is reaching to us through intermediates, not direct experience. Representations are not only mirrors of reality, but complex processes that organize meanings in specific ways and can help us give meaning to ourselves and to others about things. Starting from Egypt till the latest Hollywood blockbuster, the experiences of human experience and cannabis histories have been played with representations, and we use those symbols to understand our world. They are found in the core of human actions, even the most intimate as dreams. In social sciences, however, there are some notions of representation that have been understood in a broader perspective, but still they have not acquired the necessary attention. The reason is explained by Neil Nicholson in his book, The Representation of Reality. And this is related to the fact that a documentary, in spite of the fact that it has similarities with other discourses that he called the discourses of sobriety, there's always a begging of academic credibility, in spite of the fact that it is related to science, economics, and others. It's always trying to find a place within social sciences and to be heard. In the case of documentary representations of marijuana, and not only does it have to do with consumption but legalization, the documentary representations have summarized what people have usually believed in North America, according to Liliana Cordello's writings, the role of interpreting reality. Now, it is true that documentaries approach reality by the filter of fiction. The truth is that they're only an ideological reflection of people who create them. In other words, according to Graciela Martinez Arce, on the one hand, movie materials show images of realities, but the representation of the world is not an objective process. I've already spoken about representations and their relevance. It is important to say that if stigma was created from movie representations like Reefer Madness, it is why movies should also be included in destigmatizing, and activists should also do filmmaking to counteract and defend the need to make it legal and to create amendments with the populations that have been damaged by the harmful representations like the ones I spoke about, especially regarding hate speech. Culture High is a documentary of 2014 that I found extremely interesting in how it does a representation of violence at the border, something that I am analyzing in my PhD thesis. In the beginning, the documentary uses an example of a failed strategy that war against drugs in Mexico, and the comments correspond to what many people believe. What people did with this war was amazing. Just the amount of people killed during the Calderon administration is higher than the amount of US soldiers killed in Vietnam. So in the documentary, you'll see activists and officials expressing how they were responsible for that. And the US is also acknowledging how the 70,000 people killed were the result of the prohibitionist policy, a failed policy. Violence in Mexico is just one point of the agenda in this documentary, but it is very useful for us to compare and contrast the asymmetry of the border movies. And this is something that is highlighted here. Another movie is Grass is Greener, a documentary of 2019 on Netflix on the history of cannabis prohibition in the US. There's no explicit reference to the Mexican failed case, but it does refer to the stigma and the relationship with Mexico. The film gathers interviews of politicians and celebrities who were affected by the ban. The documentary reviews the relationship of marijuana and pop music, starting with jazz in the beginning of the 20th century. And in this documentary, it's important to highlight how, in order to explain the relationship or the path from Mexico to the US, there are other speeches of sobriety, like the maps that make it understandable for us to see the flow that goes beyond the border from south to the north, and in which there are different from other documentary representations that also speak about the violence at the border, because in this case, they use sobriety speeches not to feed the discourse that the border is dangerous, but rather it's a porous border through which wealth is being sipped in. So as a part of this research, we should also analyze different categories proposed by Nichols in the representation of reality. Each documentary of the ones that represent cannabis in Mexico and the US can grant certain importance to different categories, such as the testimony of social players, the ethical dilemma that is representing intimate subjects such as this. So speaking about weed and its representations, it becomes evident that the documentary has played a role in critically observing a part of reality. The Mexican weed, the marijuana, little by little dilutes its geographical ascription, but the truth is that the other stigma is still very much present, more ancient and deeper on the people who live on the other side of the border. It's still present when they need to take stock of the history of cannabis ban and the new history of legalization and destigmatization in our times. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'll introduce Ivan Labrador Rios Godinez, who's a psychologist. He specializes in this type of matters, and he is part of the movie festival. And then Tania Silvera, who is a journalist. She works at UNAM, and she is the director of the Cannabis Movie Festival. So it's up to you now.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this time. I thank Dr. Aaron Diaz, who invited us to be a part of this project by CISAN. And so basically, it is very important for us to present some of the work that we have done during these last 4 years of our festival, which is the Cannabis Movie Festival. Thank you very much for your participation in this research project. We will be participating with the main objective of the festival, which is to break social stigma around marijuana by the use of art, especially the movies. The festival was created in 2018 in Guadalajara with the purpose of informing people and of providing reliable information that is free of stigmatization of the plant, to dignify the plant by the use of the depiction of different documentaries and movies that can help us have a different understanding of it. As a matter of fact, in the movies have always been used as a tool for social transformation, because what movies create is empathy. So when people watch it, they see daily circumstances and they can see themselves reflected in them. This is what helps them to have a broader impact, the information that is shared by means. Eso también es algo muy importante y por el cual decidimos con el festival utilizar esta herramienta de transformación social. En esta imagen, como pueden ver, tenemos aquí a los hermanos Lumière, y estas son de las primeras imágenes que se proyectaban en lo que viene siendo el nacimiento del cine. Como pueden ver, son de hecho imágenes cotidianas, y viene mucho a reforzar el tema anterior, que justamente es el nacimiento del género documental, el cual refleja todas las actividades humanas para poder llevar a cabo la comunicación de la cultura y de las tradiciones, no solamente de una forma escrita o oral, sino también ya de una forma audiovisual. Sí, es que si bien just now that you're presenting in your interpretation mode, could you please mute the interpretation and turn it off, because we are listening to the translation in what you're saying.
¿En dónde me estás, perdón?
What is it that I need to do? Go to the interpretation icon, the lower right part of the screen. There's the interpretation icon. Turn it off if you may. Next to reaction sharing screen, in that menu bar, there is a world that says interpretation. Could you please turn it off?
No nos aparece.
No, we don't have it on.
Ocultar panel,
We do not have it on.
controles, optimizar la compartición de pantalla, copiar el enlace.
It must be there, right, Miriam? Yeah, you need to turn it off.
Sí, pero no más nos sale silenciar para video.
Está en apagado.
Ya, ahora sí.
Justo al lado de...
Sí, pero justo está en apagado.
But yeah, it's supposed to be turned off. I don't know what it is.
¿Ya
Let's
pueden
just
ver
continue.
nuestra pantalla?
Can you see our screen? Yes, we can. We can see the schedule.
Ah, buenísimo. Listo. De hecho, ya creo que ya lo logramos.
Okay.
Sí.
I think we did it.
Bueno, les comentábamos que pues bueno, el cine fue utilizado como una herramienta para comunicar y también para dar a conocer muchas noticias que se daban a través del tiempo, ¿no? Anteriormente, pues los medios de comunicación masiva, el periódico, radio y demás cuestiones, al surgimiento de la cinematografía, de hecho, lo que se proyectaban también, aparte de los pequeños cortos y las escenas de cotidianidad, también eran informativos, lo que viene a surgir también a los géneros de noticieros, en los cuales, pues bueno, se compartía información o tal vez desinformación con respecto de distintos temas, justamente utilizando este nuevo herramienta que realmente impactaba a la sociedad porque era un invento, pues vaya, impresionante en sus tiempos, ¿no?
Así es, y uno de quien utilizó el cine para manipular y implantar una ideología en contra de la marihuana a través del cine fue Harry J. Anslinger, que bueno, él fue el director de la Oficina Federal de Narcóticos de Estados Unidos. Actualmente la conocemos como la DEA, y durante su gestión en 1934 lanza una campaña en contra del cannabis y utiliza este medio masivo que es el cine para lanzar películas propagandísticas en contra de la planta y decir que la planta es mala, que causa efectos violentos en las personas. Incluso su campaña propagandística era racista y clasista porque decía que las personas que fumaban marihuana eran principalmente negros o latinos, inmigrantes en Estados Unidos, que pues al final del día terminaban siendo delincuentes, criminales, asesinos, violadores. Y bueno, lanzó una campaña que se llama, bueno, un mensaje muy importante que era fúmate un porro y es probable que mates a tu hermano. Esta campaña era un video que salía justamente antes de las proyecciones de películas y que impactaba a tal grado a las personas que todavía en la actualidad mucha gente sigue, ¿no? Pensando que el consumir marihuana o el plantar marihuana es de criminales.
Sí, y de hecho, pues bueno, nos lleva a presentarles estos carteles. Estos carteles,
well, this leads us to these posters. Apologies, we're having the same problem. Please try to disable the translation in your computer because your audio is coming through twice.
En la interpretación nos aparece a nosotros como apagado. ¿Lo ponemos en español? Interpretación apagado, inglés, español.
It's turned off. Our interpretation is turned off.
Sí,
yeah, it's supposed to be turned off. That's okay. That's fine. Or put it in English and then turn it off again. Let's see if that fixes it. Is that better? Keep talking. Let's see what happens. Okay, we're going to share our screen again. Okay, well, as we were saying, well, all of these films, you can see that they are from the 30s and the 40s. And this is when the social stigma started through films. And these films would exaggerate the effects of marijuana to such a degree that they started generating these prejudices in people. And like what Harry Anslinger said about smoking a joint and you might kill your brother. So they talked about, going out with your friends, going to a party and smoking marijuana and entering into a state of perdition where you would become somebody violent and somebody who might even be capable of killing anybody else that you were hanging out with. So this was the social stigma that started. Anybody who consumed cannabis or who wanted to know more about the plant were stigmatized and thought of as criminals, rapists, and somebody without a future. And so this whole wave reached Mexico. And in the case of Mexico, we have some films that were already mentioned, like Marijuana, the Green Monster, and also We the Poor, which are still generating a stigma and generating a negative image of cannabis consumption in the minds of some people. The stigmas are about being dependent, being violent, being criminal, and becoming a violent person committing crimes. So the stigma continued through film with these kinds of movies. And sometimes it is so subtle or so low key that we don't realize how films perpetrate these stereotypes. That's right. And then in the 60s and the 70s, we have a different kind of film that bring the public closer together to this cannabis culture, Jamaican culture, reggae. And this also perpetrates stigmas. We have 4 titles here, which deal with marijuana, not in a way that is as discriminatory as Harry Anslinger did in previous decades, but they still dealt in these social stigmas relating to violence, relating to drug trafficking, and so on. And this remains a social stigma in this time because of how it is portrayed in the media, and it is not being presented in a way that people will be able to digest it better. And so film is very influential and really important in all of this. And this film that we see here, The Harder They Come, one of the main characters is Jimmy Cliff. And it talks about Jamaican culture and the Jamaican environment and the role that marijuana played in it. That's a completely different perspective from what people were used to seeing before this time. But it still perpetrates a stigma about violence and organized crime and so on. And then we have another film, The Midnight Express, which talks about this scenario where somebody travels to Morocco and they're stopped at the airport because they have hash on them. So they are submitted to the worst punishments, and it's a really tough situation in that country because they were stopped for drug dealing. And it's one of the crimes with the harshest punishments. So this is part of what we're trying to do with our project, to share these different perspectives coming from different countries. And here we can clearly see repression of consumers. And then in the 80s, we see a completely different cinema, more in line with comedy. So we have films like Cheech and Chong's, films aimed at teenagers, this awakening to life that is teenage life. where people are open to consuming more substances, including marijuana. But there's still a social stigma here portrayed that states that people who smoke marijuana do not contribute, they are lazy, they might be funny, but they're not taking into account and they're not seen as responsible people. So we have 3 posters here. And then in the 90s and the start of the aughts, we have different social perspectives that are a little bit more interesting, a little bit more openness towards cannabis. And here we start to see the medicinal effects. We start to see portrayals of medicinal properties of cannabis that can help with certain ailments. And for example, this movie, Platoon, talks about the military back then during the Vietnam War years and how they would use cannabis in the army for medicinal purposes and for psychiatric treatments. And in that time, the government was attacking cannabis use. We have another film, Saving Grace, which is a completely different perspective because it talks about the benefits of cannabis. It's not just about stigmatizing the users and the plant. It's a different focus altogether. It's really about the benefits to health and to the economy. So in this film, the protagonist gets a financial benefit from the plant because they start to distribute baked goods with cannabis. And so this is what was happening in film during this time. We also have now other movies like How High or Pineapple Express, even the film Ted. And digital streaming platforms have also given a space for different ideas. Since we are a film festival, we are also open to digital material due to the times. Well, everybody's got a cell phone now, and they can use that to share their own personal perspective through film, by using that. And they can use that to share their own perspective. And this is something that new digital platforms are starting to enable. They're starting to provide new perspectives. And there's been a lot of openness about the topic of cannabis, and people are more informed now. Yes, and now what we want to do with our festival is to take this audiovisual material out there. It's not just about a funny story. It's not just about perhaps a romantic story. It's not just about social stigmas related to prohibition, but it's also about making visible all the people behind the associations, the documentaries, the benefits of the plant. A very important part of cannabis are the medicinal effects that it has, and all of the people that are behind closed doors, right? Or rather backstage. Well, we usually don't see that in the general population. So what we want to do with the festival is to reach all of these people, and perhaps, why not, if we've been stigmatized in a negative way, why not try to change the stigma? Let's turn it into something positive and try to spread all these facts, all this information, and let's try to remove the social stigma. That's right. We want to try to dignify the image of marijuana through film and through filmmaking by being open to all of these new materials. The film is a tool for social transformation. And like you were saying in the comments, this gives a lot of openness, right? There's people who are part of this fight. They are living the situation in the flesh. There's approval of marijuana. There's also disapproval, but a lot of people have no voice. A lot of people think about it in terms of large companies and in terms of the economy, and they forget about all the people who are actually living this reality. So we are using the tool of film as a way to dignify all of this. And we've been fortunate enough to be able to gather all of this material. We have material from Mexico, Uruguay, Argentina, and from the United States. And this really provides different perspectives. Las Sanadoras, or the Healers, is a documentary. And as was mentioned earlier in the day, this has to do also with feminist movements. Where are these cannabis moms, so to speak? And why can't they openly and proudly say, I'm treating my son with this medicine and it's working out for him? Why not? Well, because there's a social stigma that keeps them repressed. And it's still hard to talk about these topics. And it's hard to spread this information. So we need to find a way to generate change, to raise awareness, and to have an impact. Another example is a film from Argentina, A House with 10 Pine Trees. It's about a cannabis activist who from his own trench, he develops his fight. He plants seeds, he grows a plant, and he creates CBD products that he gives to his community in order to improve their quality of life and help out patients who might benefit from the substance. But the person is charged with drug trafficking and he is incarcerated. He goes through a very difficult situation in jail because of the social stigma that exists around the marijuana plant and its medicinal properties, because it cannot be discussed openly. That's right. And here we also see social perspectives from other countries: Uruguay, Argentina, America, Mexico. Uruguay, for example, was the first Latin American country to legalize marijuana. And the filmmakers who made this documentary called 19.172, Uruguay Cannabis Paradise, the filmmakers were talking to us about legalization in Uruguay. And it's not what consumers expected, it turns out. It's not what everybody wanted. It's not a legalization for the industry and for medicine. No, human rights are also violated here. And the rights that any citizen should have about a plant are also violated. And going back to the Healers, this is a significant documentary for the entire cannabis community because this documentary was screened in the Senate with the participation of Jesusa Rodriguez. And her idea was to communicate to the senators, to have an impact on them with images, with film. By seeing the film and feeling identified with the story that is being narrated in the film, they try to make an impact and to try to foster change, to change these stigmas that have been around for a long time. These are other films that was shared with us from our friends at Canativa and our friends from Colombia. These are micro documentaries that are very important. Actually, the Jardín Hembras, or female garden, doesn't just include cannabis, but also the LGBT community, because the protagonist is transgender. And it talks about the hermaphrodite and the plant and the perspective about all of this in Mexico, because marijuana users are not just a minority, there are also other people within this community, people from the LGBTQI community. They're part of the cannabis culture. And what this small documentary is trying to do, well, it's very interesting because it's trying to discuss these different perspectives and different experiences. It's very inclusive. It's about social development. It's about bringing in the perspectives from marginalized sectors. We were talking about how we need to change these perspectives little by little, right? We can't just change it overnight because that would generate a social shock, right? But the film community has portrayed different perspectives. So there are films that are animated for children. We did not include them here, but I can mention a couple of them, like Finding Nemo, for example, or Alice in Wonderland, or The Kings of the Waves. These are animated feature films for children that they have characters in their stories that are cannabis consumers. They are portrayed vaping or smoking even in some cases. So these perspectives are starting to be included already. So the social perspectives are changing little by little. Nevertheless, we do need to create something, some actual formal content that will allow us to share information that is 100% real and is backed up by science. And the International Cannabis Film Festival wants to implement a new genre, cannabis film. And we want to use this media for social transformation. As we said at the start of our talk, we want to have social impact with critical material. We want to generate an impact in the political and public opinion agenda. And together with that, we want to open up new spaces for information and debate about cannabis without stigmatizing consumers and pro-cannabis people. So we want to take this information to people who are not consumers, who maybe do not know a lot about all the benefits of the plant and what the plant is and everything that it implies and the growth. And well, that's it from us. Thank you so much for the invitation. We're very grateful. Thank you. Well, thank you to everyone. And now we can take some questions from the chat, or if somebody wants to take the floor, you can raise your hand and Aaron will give you the floor. So the first question is from Homero Mendoza. He's asking if the festival is online.
At the time in which we share the materials, we will also be able to interact with the producers and the directors of the materials. And with this, we were able to have the users, the people who were watching all of those movies and documentaries, they could directly ask the producers, the creators, why do this? What is the purpose of this festival? So this year, we are going to have a hybrid presentation. As a matter of fact, you will be able to see FECA MX is the website. You will be able to find all of the information. There's still an open call for materials if you want to subscribe anything. And we do this in a hybrid way, the festival. We don't have any questions so far. Are there any hands raised? No. Are there any questions or comments in this final round? Well, people are saying congratulations. While we wait for questions to come in, I would like to congratulate everyone. I have a question for Jaime Andres. this situation of the cannabis tours, who are the owners of that business? On what side of the border? Are they corporations? Could you tell us more about who the owners of those businesses are? Thank you, Aaron. We have found different modalities of operation, different business models, if you may. Most of the cannabis tours that we have found, they belong to the dispatchers, the recreational cannabis dispatchers. So what they do is that they offer a tour of the San Diego area. Rarely do they visit plantations, but sometimes they do. Sometimes they take them to where the pipes, where the glass is made, and then they are taken to the store so that the people can buy within that store whatever they need. It is a marketing strategy of theirs, but there are some other people in those dispatch centers, especially because of the linguistical change. There are some people who need to hire people from Tijuana so that they can promote the tours on this side of the border, on Tijuana, so that they can invite people from that area of Mexico so that they can invite them to go to the other side of the border. And so they provide information about the tour and everything. But seldom does it happen that people from Tijuana own the business. No. This is mostly in the hands of Americans. People from Mexico are employees. Thank you, Jaime. Marty has a question. Marty, please go ahead and tell us who this question is for before you ask the question.
Sure, thank you. This is going to be a question for the presenters about the film festival. And then after that, I have another question for the individuals doing the work around the border in tourism. So the first question about the film festival, you know, doing a documentary film is a large undertaking. It's a big job. However, now the technology is so accessible for us. So could you provide maybe the criteria that you use to select films and what new filmmakers should think about to make sure that their project could be screened in a film festival? And the second question for the other group, does the Mexican government acknowledge that cannabis-related tourism is contributing overall to bringing revenue to the country because of these people coming in? And so I'm wondering, because I know in the United States, or at least in Colorado, we don't recognize the contribution of cannabis tourism because it's still federally illegal. So I'm just interested in your input on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ivan, please. Okay, thank you for the question. That is something that is very relevant, of course. And this is something that Martin, we had mentioned. Since nowadays the technologies have made it so open and anyone can become a creator, right? Considering cannabis, well, the situation is special. We do select materials, but the curation that we do is that we focus on materials that are sharing a social perspective, so that the people who are producing, they are given a voice to an activist, to a consumer, to a grower, to a cannabis mother. Because our idea, our purpose is that we can change the viewpoint and we can create a positive debate amongst different countries or communities around the world. So that's what we do. We want to explore why people in a country sees things in this way, or in a different country, they see it differently. Movies can help us realize that. Movies can help us match the sensations that are created when we watch a movie that can create an identification, a relation. And this is what we want to compare and contrast. The perspective of each one of the different societies in the things they share and the things they live. For instance, nowadays in Mexico, perhaps you might have noticed all throughout the day, one of the main subjects that Mexico is discussing around marijuana is organized crime, drug dealers, murders, the violence at the border, etc. However, there are other aspects in other societies that are highlighted. In Morocco, for instance, marijuana has been used for thousands of years, and it's perceived differently. So why is it that in those societies understand the plant differently than from here? That's what we're trying to do. That's how we're selecting and segmenting the materials that we receive for the festival. And if we had to choose between a movie that is related to cannabis, I think that it is important for us to offset the social perspectives, and we will have to see during the 1970s, there was a lot of propaganda movies. And I like, for instance, The First Magnus, I think she said. And there is, compare it to a current movie, a movie of after 2000, so that we can see the difference in the before and after, in the perspective. We would like to make that comparison and contrast with our screening of movies so that people realize that now things are different, and that now with the legalization, the destigmatization, there are benefits. That's what we try to achieve. And about the second question, I think that it's also very important to have those different perspectives in mind. As we had said in the Uruguay documentary of 1972, that's the name of the law, the act that regulates marijuana usage in Uruguay. So it is important to learn how other countries, even Latin American countries, have created those laws. And in spite of being legal, there's still a violation of users' rights. But still, this is a way forward, and others have to look at that. We are always invoking the authorities, the officials of our country. So we're always trying to invite them to watch the documentaries, because this is the perspective that we want to share, to open up the perspective, to open up the social debate around the subject amongst the authorities, officials of the different countries that have made it legal, them, California, Canada, what has happened in those countries from a political perspective, and how Mexicans could foresee a future, how public officials could foresee a future, how to do that by the use of movies, like the documentary, The Healers, the Senadoras. We made it, the senators watch it in Mexico City. And this was a material that speaks about the rights of consumers, the mothers who are healing their children using cannabis. So that is a perspective that we want to do, and this is what we want to use movies for. Thank you, Ivan. Are there any questions, Homero? I am going to rephrase my question because I have so many loose ideas, but I'll try to connect the dots. Angela said something that is very interesting a while ago about the importance of the social grounds, so as to be able to transform and have an top-down transformation, or a bottom-up rather transformation. I'm thinking about examples. 80 years ago, it was forbidden to drink alcohol, right? In the US, in Mexico, alcohol was forbidden. So it took a great deal of events for this vision to be transformed so that alcohol was accepted. And now, by listening to different speakers today, I think that one of the most difficult stigmas to face is the one that has to do with illegal and illegal conceptions. But what's interesting here, and this is where my comment comes in place, is that in social cultural practices of the population at the grassroots levels, we see that transformations are taking place. So regardless of whether in Mexico they finally legalize it or not, and if the conservatives who are in power, this elite is still struggling whether to do it or not for recreational purposes, or how to use it with therapeutic purposes, I think that the great concern that they have is how much are they going to earn from this business. So I think the conservatives, that's their main concern, especially in a world that is so business oriented. We can see it in the US, how a full industry, touristic industry, gastronomic industry, or pharmaceutical industry have emerged. And in Mexico, we are still, or at least the ruling classes are still using moralistic judgments of the 19th century. And how, as of the 19th century, and by the use of movies and mainstream devices, they've perpetuated it. But anyway, the social reality is that people are taking ownership, regardless of whether it's legal or not, whether it's well seen or not, frowned upon or not. If you go to an organic market, you'll find a lady who sells plants, and she will offer you cannabis oil to treat arthritis. So regardless of how illegal it is for the senators, but the reality is that people find it, they buy it. And this is a way in which people are rescuing this possible practices, like the combination of pulque and cannabis. That's a very interesting point. So I think that here there is something that has to be recovered. One thing that I take away is the work that the grassroots can do to transform a reality. And then if that happens, the law will follow. But first you need to start breaking the stigma bottom up. There's no other way to do it, because people in the higher spheres, they're dragging their feet, but this is moving along. The work of the collectives is something that has been quite enriching. I love to hear today the collective of women, or the Oriente collectives, or from Iztapalapa, the people who are working with the cannabis movie effort. To me, this is a very different perspective to the one I had in mind regarding cannabis and Mexican society. So something is happening, something is changing. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Homero. I would like to bring something to the discussion, and we will discuss it with the creation of our books, but this stigma and this situation of illegality is used by the big capital, by capitalism, by the transnationals, by the ruling classes. Perhaps alcohol was made legal top down, but now cannabis and the interest to legalize it, it's because of the desire to, yes, destigmatize it, but there's some interest at stake. So in this sense, I think that it has to be bottom up, because as Homero has said, there are interests involved. The legalization has an economic perspective. It is not something that is considered for social benefit purposes or for moral reasons. No one is trying to amend the damage that was done to so many groups for decades, for more than 100 years. There's no interest of that. It's an economic discussion. So would anybody else like to ask a question or make a comment? Or people on YouTube, you can ask, or you can write down your questions. Ask, Deborah, are there any questions? No questions. All right then, so I would like to invite everyone for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have a very interesting days for the people who are following on Zoom and YouTube. There will be very interesting speakers tomorrow and the day afterwards. So I would like to invite the speakers to stay here so that we can have a petit comité chat, so that we can talk about the presentations. And for the general audiences, we say goodbye. And Martin, would you like to make some final remarks?
Sure. I want to congratulate everybody for their presentations, and also the participants, the audience members, and their thoughtful questions. As I said earlier, we're in a very exciting time to create new cultures of cannabis, to help destigmatize and normalize, and maybe think of some broader questions as we revisit the work we're doing. For example, who are the people not at the table, not participating with us? What can we do to be more inclusive? Obviously, we have obstacles because of the pandemic and sitting, in front of a computer. But I think it's really important to just ask ourselves how to broaden the discussion to include those voices and individuals that don't get the visibility, that are doing some of the hard work in terms of destigmatization and normalization. And then also, I think it's good to think of recalibrating, readjusting our vision. For example, if today stigma against cannabis ended, what do we want? If our job of helping to destigmatize and get rid of negative stereotypes, if that ended today, what is our goal as a new culture of cannabis? What would we like to see? So I think these are some things for me that are important. And of course, I want to again say I've learned a lot today, and I'm excited to see these presentations develop into chapters, and then eventually a publication, a set of 2 books. And not to put more work on each other's plates, but it might be something to consider for those that like to do this kind of work, to imagine what would a companion video be like for your chapter. What would a short video that's scholarly or artistic, what would that companion be like? So people who read your chapter could maybe click on a link and get to know you through a short video. Something I encourage you to think about that could be done either in a scholarly way or along creative arts lines. So those are a couple of closing remarks. And again, I appreciate all the work that you're doing. I'm excited for day number 2 and day number 3.
Thank you very much. So Miriam, thank you very much for all the support. Samuel, Esmeralda, the CISAN team, thank you very much for making this possible. We thank the translators as well. And the technical side of things is always very important for us to have this happen, make this a reality. With this, we conclude with the general audience, and the rest of us will stay here. The participants of the book will stay here for 30 more minutes. We have time until 3, and we would like to thank everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Esme, Miriam. You can stop the YouTube transmission now. So we're no longer broadcasting, are we? So Marty, we still have some 35 minutes left so that we can